Come on with me now, finding a way to make it through the storm. Cause I'm giving my people love and I'm standing strong. But I'm dealing with this jungle and the rhyme, yeah. I'm the only one that can make a change. So I'll go inside myself and I'll find a way. No matter where you're from, it's always where you're at. Coming from the streets, I had to watch my back, baby. Yeah. Break it down. If you don't understand, coming from every direction, but I break it down, break it down, break it down. Give it a love, give it a love.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in the way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't hear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
It's finally happened. A fighter plane piloted by artificial intelligence has fought against a human pilot. Yet, unlike previous attempts, this wasn't done in a simulator. This was a real dogfight involving two highly maneuverable F-16 fighter jets in the sky. We'll dive into the details of this groundbreaking dogfight in just a moment. But first, we have to ask ourselves, is AI taking over? This event marks a significant milestone not just for military technology, but for AI's integration into crucial roles across various sectors. In the past year alone, we've seen artificial intelligence programs like ChatGPT emerge from seemingly nowhere. At first, these programs appeared simple, helping you write better emails, summarize complex topics, or even compose poetry. However, their evolution has been rapid and profound, impacting more significant areas of our lives. AI's role is expanding beyond assisting with mundane tasks to undertaking jobs that were once thought uniquely human, like dogfighting. As we explore what this dogfight means for the future of the Air Force, and possibly for pilots, we'll also take a look at why the F-16 was the perfect jet for these trials, which government agency is behind these efforts, and why, like it or not, AI is here to stay. PilotPhotog.com. During the past few years, in a program known as the AlphaDog flight trials, an AI program was fed data from actual dogfights that have occurred between humans from exercises like Red Flag, and used them to build a database of moves and countermoves. This dogfight data was then used by the AI to identify patterns, make decisions, and build its own set of moves. This is sort of like what chess programs such as Big Blue do. As the AI was fed more data, it would learn more moves and countermoves. This process is known as machine learning. So, in the simulator, how did the AI do against human opponents? Well, it went undefeated. Now, dogfighting in a simulator is one thing, but there's nothing quite like practicing it in the skies for real. To put the AI to the test, the Air Combat Evolution Program began using a highly modified F-16 known as the X-62 Variable In-Flight Simulator Test Aircraft, or VISTA. Not to be confused with an old Windows operating system, this jet actually works and flies. The VISTA can be flown by two pilots. And at first, the AI program would take control of the jet during certain parts of flights, with the human pilots on board to step in if things got out of control. What we've just learned is that between December of 2022 through September of last year, a total of 21 test flights were flown in the skies above Edwards Air Force Base in California. With each successive flight, the AI was given more and more control. At first, the AI was allowed to fly defensive maneuvers only. Then, offensive maneuvers were allowed, until finally, nose-to-nose or high-aspect engagements were flown and fought. During these dogfights, the two jets came within 2,000 feet of one another, which is very close when they're both traveling at hundreds of miles an hour. And speaking of speed, the jets clocked in at combined speeds of 1,200 miles per hour. At those speeds, there really isn't much room for error. Now, to make things even in these trials for both the human pilot and the AI, the F-16 was used, the VISTA for the AI and a regular F-16 for the human pilot. The choice of an F-16 as a testbed for this AI fighter is a fitting one in many ways. The F-16, which turned 50 this year, was the first production jet to use fly-by-wire controls. This meant that the pilot would move the stick and the jet's onboard computers would figure out the best combination of command inputs to get the jet to do what the pilot wanted. In other words, the pilot does not directly control the jet. It tells the jet what it wants to do, and the jet figures out the exact combination of control inputs. You can almost think of this as a proto-AI model. In the case of the F-16, this fly-by-wire tech was needed because the airplane was designed to be intentionally unstable. What makes the F-16 so maneuverable is that the jet is unbalanced, requiring constant adjustments just to keep it in the sky. so many adjustments that a human pilot couldn't keep up, and even if they could, all their effort would be in just keeping the airplane level. Today, many modern airplanes, including airliners, use some form of fly-by-wire technology. Getting back to the F-16, aside from being the first fully fly-by-wire production aircraft, it was also designed to take 9 Gs. G-forces, or gravitational forces, measure the impact of acceleration and deceleration relative to gravity on a body or object. When an aircraft like a 9G capable fighter performs these intense maneuvers, the pilot and the aircraft experience forces 9 times that of normal gravity. So a pilot weighing 150 pounds would feel 1,350 pounds of force on them.
All right, so as you can hear, we're going to start this programming off. And today's program, it's only about AI. It's only about AI. And a lot of people don't follow AI. I myself, I use it, to do, like they said in the beginning of this vid, ChatGPT. I use Gemini, for example. I did use ChatGPT at one time, but that was the, you could call it corporate human, sales point, where they introduce it to human beings, where they introduce it to us on the ground, the common folk, something to use, something to play with, something to generate wealth and money and and usage, right? But what a lot of us don't know about is what they have planned in the works, right? So this is just an example. So let's see a little more. We're not done. Then we're going to have Michael come up here and we're going to go through some details that are even more maybe brainy, less exciting, but have just as much consequence to everybody. So let's go. I appreciate everybody for checking the stream out. Let's go.
This, of course, can lead to significant physical strain on pilots, causing symptoms like difficulty breathing, vision problems, and even unconsciousness or G-lock. Because of this, pilots have to undergo and maintain rigorous training to handle these conditions. As a result, the physical strains placed on fighter pilots are enormous, and most pilots cannot pull 9G maneuvers for long. It's just not humanly possible. For this reason, 9G maneuvers are often brief, so that the pilot can maintain consciousness during a fight. Now, when it comes to the F-16, some engineers estimate that the jet is only using about 40% of its capabilities. Basically, the jet has been intentionally limited as to not incapacitate the pilot. If the pilot were removed and replaced with AI, then you can get rid of the life support systems, the ejection seat, and even reduce the canopy, making the jet even more maneuverable. You can now start to see why AI fighter planes or drones can become very dangerous in the battlefield. So, who or what is behind this AI fighter revolution? It turns out it's a government agency that's been around since the 1950s, known today as the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA. When they started out, they didn't have the defense part in their name, so they were originally known as just ARPA. The agency was created in 1958 by then President Eisenhower as a direct response to the Soviet launch of Sputnik, the world's first man-made satellite. It's hard to understand the impact DARPA has had on not just the military, but all of us. Today, we use so many things in our daily lives without realizing that DARPA played a role in it. But don't take my word for it. The world-famous publication, The Economist, probably said it best. They called DARPA the agency that shaped the modern world, with technologies like weather satellites, GPS, drones, stealth technology, voice interfaces, the personal computer, and the internet on the list of innovations for which DARPA can claim at least partial credit. In fact, DARPA's track record of success has led many governments around the world to launch similar research and development agencies. Now, what that
Basically surveillance
means for us is that if DARPA is involved with something, or better yet, by the time you and I find out about it, it's legitimate and likely a game changer. As we wrap up today's exploration of AI in modern aerial combat, it's clear that the integration of artificial intelligence into fighter jets, especially the iconic F-16, is not just a glimpse into the future of military aviation, but a revolutionary shift that's happening right now.
and it's global. So let's continue. Let's continue. It gets more concerning. I mean, this is concerning for me, but let's sow some more. This is what they're working on in China. And this is Russia. I mean, this is even, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Foundation, a California-based robotics firm,
Oh, this is Cali. Sorry about that.
stunned the defense world with its Phantom Mk1, priced at approximately $150,000 per unit. Foundation Robotics CEO Sanket Pathak offered a detailed look into the strategy behind his company's dual-use humanoid robots, designed for both factory work and military support. This is the most direct acknowledgement from any major U.S. humanoid robotics CEO that their platform is being considered for active weaponization.
Active weaponization means they already have they already have it up and running. It just needs to basically meet the standards to be approved and launched, but they already have the test models. So,
For military support, the Mk1 features lightweight ballistic composite plates with a matte black anti-reflective coating, making it harder for enemy infrared sensors to pick up the heat generated by its processors. While most humanoid robots rely on complex hydraulics, the Phantom Mk1 uses proprietary electric cycloidal actuators. These are the muscles of the machine, capable of delivering a peak torque of 160 Newton meters. Standing 1.75 meters tall and weighing roughly 80 kilograms, the Mk1 is a beast of burden, handling a 20-kilogram payload and a walking speed close to 1.7 meters per second. Foundation has explicitly leaned toward a camera-first perception stack and a large language model's hybrid AI tasking layer, rather than piling on LiDAR and other ranging sensors. Unfortunately, the company also hasn't published every internal spec on the public datasheet, such as the exact CPU or GPU model. Overall, those combined choices make a robot like Phantom more useful for military support than a factory-only machine.
now this is what Russia is doing. I mean, in my generation, I'm 56 years old. When I was like 16, 17, 18, maybe 18, 19, this is what they were talking about. I think it's maybe even the 80s, even before the 90s, RoboCop and all of this shit. This is basically where we're at in one lifetime, just one generation, not even a lifetime, one generation, not even one generation. This is like 30 years already. All right, it's just to give people an idea of what they got out there, and then we sum it up and we get into the depth of the AI. I just wanted to give people a little something, entertaining before we get into the brainy work. So this is actually out there in the field right now. And this is what they got under the U.S. now. Let's see. Same type of dynamic going on. Same type of machinery.
Humans hunted down by packs of killer robotic dogs.
This is the
Man's
U.S.
best
now.
friend becomes man's worst enemy. Dystopian science fiction. Not anymore. Like many other types of autonomous and unmanned equipment, robot dogs are taking up an increasingly prominent role in the U.S. military. And they're terrifying.
And see, this is the thing about it. Of course, that you've seen this. They've had this for police already introduced in some areas in the U.S. They have this shit for police. They have it for bombs, of course. But the thing is that look at the government. Look at the government. Look at what the government decides from one day to the next what their enemy is. From one day to the next, the government can decide just people that want freedom of speech, people that want the right to demonstrate, people that want the right to, just live their lives are going to be controlled by robots. Not even human beings, robots. And, what better opportunity than to do a test run with human beings without the robots, just to create an argument for why we need them, trickery against left, right, and these kind of things. I'm just saying, think about it, because who is above left and right? Billionaires are above left and right. Who's above domestic policy and who's going to vote? Who's above that? The billionaires. Others, that are going to donate loads of money to whoever's campaign there is. You see what I mean? As long as they slip in this ability to be able to surveil people with robots. I'm just saying. It's a thought.
But what makes them so deadly, and how is the US military using them? Keep watching to discover all the details about the US's latest robot dogs. But first, how did we get from science fiction to high-tech hounds actually on the battlefield? In many ways, it's the natural progression of a process that started over 200 years ago. The first recorded use of an unmanned vehicle for warfighting occurred in July 1849 during the Siege of Venice. The Austrian forces used unmanned balloons to drop bombs on the city, marking the first offensive use of air power in naval aviation. Meanwhile, the use of unmanned equipment by the US military dates back to the Civil War, when balloons laden with explosives were launched by both Union and Confederate forces to destroy ammunition depots. During World War I, the US Navy hired the Sperry Gyroscope Company to develop an unmanned torpedo dubbed the Hewitt-Sperry Automatic Airplane that could fly 1,000 yards and detonate its warhead on an enemy target. And in World War II, Operation Aphrodite in 1944 saw the US Air Force and Navy using radio-controlled, unmanned bombers, notably the Interstate TDR, as precision-guided munitions. However, the US military's use of unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, really took off during the Gulf War, where at least one UAV was airborne at all times. Following the Gulf War, global militaries led by the US invested widely in the development of combat UAVs, and by 2014 the US military already operated a large number of UAVs, including 7,362 RQ-11 Ravens, 990 AeroVironment Wasp-3s, 1,137 AeroVironment RQ-20 Pumas, and 306 RQ-16 T-Hawks. Initially, modern UAVs like the MQ-1 Predator were primarily used for reconnaissance and surveillance, but it didn't take long before they were perhaps inevitably modified into deadly weapons. In fact, Predators armed with Hellfire missiles were first used in late 2001 for ground target strikes in Afghanistan. The US military continued to develop and deploy unmanned aerial systems, and by 2014, the US Air Force was training more drone pilots than fighter and bomber pilots combined. And the mission profile of these UAVs has expanded way beyond intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions to include electronic attacks, drone strikes, and suppression or destruction of enemy air defense. Indeed, UCAVs, or unmanned combat aerial vehicles, have now become an integral part of modern warfare, notably during the Syrian War, the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh War, and particularly during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In March 2025, the US Air Force unveiled its first unmanned fighters, the YFQ-42A and YFQ-44. These aircraft are part of the Collaborative Combat Aircraft Program, CCA for short, and are designed to operate alongside new and existing crewed fighter jets as loyal wingmen with multiple...
It just makes me wonder, like, why do you need testosterone to control a robot? Like... Why do you need testosterone injections to control a robot? What difference does it make if it's a man or woman controlling a robot? Or what? Come on, it's just a goddamn finger in your eyeballs, man. Like, you know, really, I'm serious. Like, what is going on here? But we gotta have it. I mean, does it matter if it's a man in a dress? I'm just saying, does it? No, actually, it doesn't. That argument was for the dummies. That argument was to distract all the dummies to what is actually afoot and reality. So
units capable of being controlled by a single manned fighter. But the US military's use of unmanned equipment hasn't just been confined to the air. All branches are increasingly making use of unmanned ground vehicles, or UGVs. A UGV is defined as a vehicle that operates while in contact with the ground and without an onboard human presence. These vehicles are designed to replace humans in hazardous situations, such as handling explosives and bomb disabling, where additional strength or smaller size is needed, or where humans cannot safely go. They're also used in military applications like surveillance, reconnaissance, and target acquisition, and are effective in naval operations and for the Marine Corps in combat.
And inside the U.S. on the ground with civilian populations that don't do whatever you want them to do. They won't give up their guns too easily.
Assist in logistics operations on land and sea, and be used in peacekeeping operations.
And doesn't this tie into the argument of why are we using the military to do jobs, to do policing? Why are we using military to do policing? Why are we using... And guess who decided that it was okay to use military to do domestic policing? The motherfucking maggots. So when these robots come after your bitch ass, guess what you did, stupid morons? You gave them permission.
Ground surveillance and gatekeeper checkpoint operations. They're also used as an urban street presence and to enhance police and military raids in urban settings. Additionally, UGVs are able to draw first fire from adversaries.
But don't you think they won't be coming to Waco? It will.
Which reduces military and police casualties. The history of UGVs in the US military dates back to at least 2007, when the Gladiator, the world's first armed UGV, was delivered to the Marine Corps, where it's been widely used ever since. The Gladiator is 5.84 feet long, 3.67 feet wide, 4.43 feet tall, and weighs just less than 1,600 pounds. Armed with an M249 squad automatic weapon, M240G medium machine gun, 9mm Uzi, or anti-personnel obstacle breaching system, it can perform assault and breaching missions over and above surveillance and reconnaissance missions. It utilizes remote imaging software to relay messages, including day and night images and thermal images, and is armored to withstand assault from ammunition up to 7.62mm rounds. There are at least 19 other UGVs in use or development for the
this is the answer for Waco. This is the answer for Waco. Thanks, Republican Party and MAGA. You just came up with the answer for Waco, Texas. Yeah, exactly. All these right-wingers that were out there talking about, yeah, that was wrong. Timothy McVeigh, what do you think? Who'd you vote for, Timothy McVeigh? I mean, of course, he's not around anymore, right? Did he get clemency? Did they actually put him to death for the bombing, the Oklahoma bombing? But what about all the others? We will see how this plays out.
US military as of 2025. The Talon, for example, is a multi-purpose UGV that's been used extensively by the US military for explosive ordnance disposal, or EOD, missions for decades. Another EOD-related UGV seeing increasing use is the M1A.
So, I got one question, then we're going to bring up, we almost done. We're going to bring up Michael, and he's going to take us through some more in-depth information that's going to require actually somebody who's really gone through this stuff. I haven't. But listen, I got one question for the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if it's okay if you are for the U.S. military being employed in policing and domestic policing inside of the United States of America. Just like they sent out the National Guard. If you are for that, just like they sent out the Marines, if you are for that, put a 1 in the chat. If you are totally unequivocally against it, put a 2 in the chat. I'm just curious where people are because, hey, if you got the Marines out there doing domestic police, you may as well have this shit too. I mean, I'm just saying, think about the policies you're for. You may be for these policies when it's time to surveil and deal with the men in dresses. But are you for them when it's time to deal with your ass? How about that? If you're not a man in a dress, I mean, but what about the rest of you? You see? Yeah. What about the people with the guns? What about the people, the NRA folks that don't want to give up their guns, right? What about that? Are you for the United States Marines being deployed on U.S. soil to do domestic policing because of what? Because of demonstrations? Are you for that? What about that? Are you for that? Is that okay? I mean, I'm just saying what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Abrams Panther II, a 40-ton mine-clearing vehicle based on the M1 Abrams main battle tank. It's specifically modified for mine-clearing missions, which include removing the turret and installing mine rollers on the front of the vehicle. The Panther II can clear a 50,000 square foot minefield in 1 hour and can be operated from up to 2,600 feet away. But UGVs don't just move by means of wheels or tracks. Some of them use limbs, like robot dogs. Robot dogs, more formally known as quadrupedal unmanned ground vehicles or QUGVs, first made their operational debut at an American military base in early 2020, and these 4-limbed sensor platforms have found a growing number of new applications as an extra pair of eyes and ears for troops across the armed forces. They're being gradually rolled out to US bases across the continental US, like Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada, Tyndall Air Force Base and Patrick Space Force Base in Florida, Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota, Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana.
Damn, they can just be released on the domestic population really quickly. Just open the gate, leave the base, go to work.
Philadelphia Navy Yard, and as far afield as the Red Sands Integrated Experimentation Center in Saudi Arabia. But that wasn't where the US military's involvement with robot dogs began. In 2005, robotics leader Boston Dynamics unveiled Big Dog, a 4-legged mechanical pack mule that was intended to haul weapons and supplies for US troops over terrain considered unwelcoming to traditional wheeled or tracked ground vehicles. Funded by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and
Right.
adopted as the Legged Squad support system by the Marine Corps Warfighting Laboratory, Big Dog was eventually deemed too loud for practical use and discontinued after a decade and more than $40 million invested in the much-hyped project. However, the underlying research behind Big Dog eventually spawned Spot, a smaller, quieter robot dog that Boston Dynamics debuted in 2015. Although Spot can only carry around 30 pounds, too small for a meaningful load of gear and weapons, the system immediately had clear military implications for everything from base perimeter security to remote site inspection. And as it turned out, Spot has subsequently proven to be the platform-defining vision of quadruped.
Yeah, how can they walk with 3 legs? Exactly. I mean, I know there's all types of people. Really, I mean, the logical thing, the rational thing to understand is that there's already people out there trying to figure out, is this something you can make that easily disables robots, right? The mechanics. Is there some sort of fluid you can use, some sort of I don't know, just some type of thing that can be deployed against them that makes their operations basically disabled? Is there something that can be done? There's already people thinking about this, obviously, and there's probably loads of people. Why? Because that's the rational thing to think. Once you invent one thing, someone invents another to stop it, right? Michael, you there? I think I heard somebody.
I'm here.
Yeah, you hear, right?
I'm here.
You hear, right? But I think we've seen enough of these physical parts, you know what I mean? And a lot of times people can be eluded by just the physical, what we see. And yeah, that people should be concerned about what we do see, right? But a lot of times folks have no idea about the part that they can't see, the part they can't understand that's being debated openly in their face, right? So let's go to that side of AI. Like, all these robots obviously connect with AI. They're controlled by AI, or they can be controlled by both humans and AI, right? Being trained to think for themselves, right? But let's get on to the next part here.
Right
the part
now, the same
that is not
color might be
so easy to understand. So let me see here. You want to say something before we move into it?
No, not really. I think, the robotics of AI is, a good example of what you've shown so far.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's robotics that are separate, but the AI mixed with human control is kind of where the robotics field is at.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to make it more efficient, right? That's when we talk about, more of the physical labor
Right.
that can be done in the future through the combination of robotics and AI.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But understanding,
it's what you can
obviously,
see. It's what you can see.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so when we look at that, I think it's just a good. Obviously, warfare is ever changing. I think right now, obviously, we have a drone warfare, and so that leads into, more of the AI controlling those drones, mixed with human interaction and human control as well. That just makes it more efficient. And the more they get that data from the field and from simple interactions, like right now with the war in Iran, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are real life scenarios that allow for AI to learn, right? Because right now AI is in the learning phase, and that's where we get these data processing centers, right? Centers that are able to collect this data and make sense of this data, so that way when these AIs report or are processing information, they use these data centers as hubs from where they draw that information, in a fraction of a percentage.
That's even more
of a
deeper
time.
surveillance. That's even more deeper surveillance. That's watching people. That's the little dog. That's
Yeah.
even more entrenched than the dog, than the robots are already.
And that's why we have, the increasing what's called flock cameras, right? These cameras that are watching patterns, right? Facial recognition, car recognition, right? They're getting to learn behavior patterns of humans, so that way AI can be more efficient when they do play a role in the sense of the robotics world, right? And that's going to lead to obviously different type of surveillance, right? Right now we have like a physical police surveillance where that essentially is going to be chucked up to robots, right? Robots in the form of AI that are controlled by an AI. And this is where, it's scary also because on an economic level, it will make your physical labor in terms of, how you're valued in the workforce less productive, right? Less valuable. And that's why right now in the current economy we have, and the wealth inequality is only going to be even more exasperated, right? Because AI essentially can't take away a home or other assets that you have. So the asset holding class, which tends to be obviously the millionaires and billionaires who own land, who own buildings, who own, assets, those assets are now going to appreciate well more than the physical labor you can contribute to the economy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the scarier part, because that means that, the middle and lower class are going to be even more expendable than ever, right? And that's the scarier part when we don't have structural guards in place to slowly ease that in, because tomorrow, you'll be working your job, and then in 5 years now you just see massive cuts and layoffs without an explanation. And now how do those people now re-enter a workforce that is now fulfilled through AI and robotics run on AI, right? But yeah, we can continue.
All right, let's see some more. I mean, I had, just based on what you were saying, I had so many different thoughts. We start the video off. We started it off, for those of you that just coming in and didn't see the beginning. We started off with some background to it, right? When these autonomous machines first started getting used, and then who brought them into fruition, and then the integration of AI, and so now we're getting to the core parts of it. So let's see here. One of the things that popped in my mind is is AI going to start doing your tax return? Is it going to start monitoring your bank account? It's already monitoring movement, right? And through these flock cameras, right? And it makes me wonder if people end up even trusting, because of all the surveillance, why should we even want to be a part of something where there's that much fucking surveillance, bro? Like, who the hell wants that? That's just creepy, dude. It's just creepy. It is just creepy. And but in any case, let's just go on. Let's go on.
Be doing a very strange loop. A chip company invests billions into an AI startup, which spends much of that money buying chips from the same company. And that loop is helping fuel the biggest investment boom in history. Trillions of dollars are pouring into artificial intelligence. So here's the big question. Is this the start of a bubble or the start of something revolutionary? First, a quick recap of how we got...
Right, because if people stop trusting it, all of a sudden we've allowed it to bloom. And if people stop trusting it all of a sudden, what does that mean? What's going to happen then?
Got here. In late 2022, AI chatbots got shockingly good, shockingly fast. It was like watching a toddler go from sucking on a pacifier to reciting Shakespeare over the course of a long weekend. Almost overnight, everyone wanted a piece of it. Every major tech company started spending staggering sums to build it. And meet Sam, an everyday investor we'll check in on later. Through his retirement savings, even Sam is quietly along for the ride. AI optimism pushed the stock market to record high after record high. To see the risk, you first have to meet the company at the center of everything. In every gold rush, the surest money is selling the shovels. In the AI gold rush, the shovel seller is NVIDIA. NVIDIA makes the specialized chips that train nearly every major AI. So, as everyone raced to build AI, they all had to buy from NVIDIA first. In October 2025, NVIDIA became the first company ever worth $5 trillion. It was suddenly the most valuable company on the planet. Its sales are so concentrated that just 2 customers made up about 30% of its revenue in early 2025. And this is where the money starts going in circles. In January 2025, OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle announced Stargate, a $500 billion plan to build AI data centers. OpenAI needed these gigantic data centers that were stuffed with chips to keep growing. In September 2025, NVIDIA agreed to invest up to $100 billion into OpenAI. The actual numbers OpenAI raised were finalized in February 2026 at $30 billion from NVIDIA, $30 billion from SoftBank, and $50 billion from Amazon. OpenAI would use it to build systems needing about 10 gigawatts of NVIDIA chips, roughly 4 to 5 million GPUs. See it? A chunk of NVIDIA's money returns to NVIDIA as sales. It's a bit like handing your friend $20 for their birthday and watching them spend it at your lemonade stand. But even NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang, admits that OpenAI doesn't have the money yet to pay for all of this gear. He estimated that each gigawatt of AI data center will cost OpenAI $50 to $60 billion to cover everything from the land and power to the servers and equipment. Then OpenAI signed a roughly $300 billion 5-year cloud deal with Larry Ellison's Oracle. Oracle's stock jumped 36% in a day, and Ellison briefly became the world's richest person. To deliver it, Oracle reportedly ordered about $40 billion of NVIDIA chips, roughly 400,000 of them. So Oracle's money flows to NVIDIA too. On October 6, 2025, OpenAI also struck a deal with NVIDIA's rival AMD. OpenAI agreed to deploy 6 gigawatts of AMD chips, potentially $90 billion of hardware. In return, AMD gave OpenAI the right to buy up to 10% of AMD for almost nothing. AMD's stock jumped around a quarter in a single day on the news. NVIDIA then promised to spend up to $6.3 billion on unused capacity at CoreWeave, a cloud company NVIDIA already partly owns, which rents out NVIDIA chips to others. And all of this is occurring with Microsoft owning about 27% of OpenAI, plus a 20% share of its revenue. Microsoft is also, by some estimates, around a fifth of NVIDIA's sales. When you stand back and take a hard look at the industry, the same handful of names continue to show up as investor, supplier, and customer all at once. And OpenAI isn't the only one. The same pattern is repeating across the industry. Take Anthropic, the company behind the AI assistant Claude. Google was an early backer, reportedly putting in around $3 billion for roughly 14%. In October 2025, Anthropic agreed to use up to 1 million of Google's own chips, called TPUs, Tensor Processing Units. Then, Amazon invested $8 billion and built an $11 billion data center just for Anthropic.
I wonder how many of these companies are going to ask for a taxpayer bailout at some point. I'm curious. Some already have hinted at it, right? Some maybe already have. You know, we know Elon Musk is looking for a bailout for SpaceX, but I'm curious about these, just right here. It's concerning, but let's go.
On November 18th, 2025, Microsoft and NVIDIA committed up to $5 and $10 billion to invest into Anthropic. The same day, Anthropic agreed to spend $30 billion renting Microsoft's cloud. That vaulted Anthropic's value to about $350 billion, up from $183 billion just 2 months earlier. Now notice the tangle that the whole AI industry is in. If you get lost here, good, that's the point. This is less a business chart and more a plate of spaghetti that owes money to itself. Okay, so here's the full mess. OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle partnered to build the $500 billion Stargate data center. NVIDIA invested $30 billion in OpenAI, SoftBank invested $30 billion in OpenAI, and Amazon $50 billion in OpenAI. OpenAI will need to buy $500 to $600 billion worth of chips from NVIDIA. Oracle bought $40 billion of chips from NVIDIA. OpenAI signed a $300 billion deal with Oracle. Then OpenAI signed a $90 billion deal with AMD for rights to 10% of AMD. CoreWeave, partially owned by NVIDIA, rents out cloud capacity to Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. Microsoft owns 27% of OpenAI, as a fifth of NVIDIA sales, and rents $30 billion worth of cloud capacity to Anthropic. Google invested $3 billion and an additional $40 billion as of late April 2026 in Anthropic. Anthropic is using 1 million Google chips. Amazon invested $8 billion into Anthropic and built Anthropic its own $11 billion data center. And even now, these deals continue to cycle around the industry. Everyone is everyone else's investor, supplier, customer, and competitor, all at the same time. It's like a group of friends passing the same $50 bill around the table and each calling it their paycheck. So why does this make some people nervous? When companies fund each other like this, the industry's growth can look massively inflated. It can also hide how much money is being burned with no profitability in sight. Today, AI-related stocks are worth around $27 trillion. One study by Bain estimated AI will need $2 trillion of revenue every year by 2030 to pay for the $500 billion of capital investment needed to build out new data centers. AI companies already have humongous valuations. OpenAI was last valued at $852 billion, with annualized revenue of $25 billion, while Anthropic is targeting an IPO valuation of around $1 trillion on annualized revenue of just $47 billion. That's 34 times and 21 times revenue, not to even mention anything about positive cash flow anytime soon. All these massive valuations on tiny revenues remind people of something that happened 26 years ago. In the late 1990s, the internet was the future, and everyone knew it. Investors threw money at anything with .com in its name. Many companies like Pets.com, FreeEye.com, and eToys had inconceivable sky-high valuations. Some firms like Nortel, Lucent, and Cisco compounded on this with vendor financing arrangements, where they would lend customers the money to buy their products, further inflating sales. Then, in March 2000, it snapped. The tech-heavy NASDAQ index crashed roughly 77%, and many companies went bankrupt. It took around 15 years just to climb back to where it had been. The whole debate is whether AI is repeating that or genuinely different. One famous investor thinks this all looks very familiar. Michael Burry, who famously bet against the 2008 housing crash and made his hedge fund, Scion Asset Management, $725 million while also netting a cool $100 million for himself. Now he's back, and he's betting against AI. By late 2025, he'd wagered around $1 billion against companies like Palantir and NVIDIA. His core concern is a staggering financial disconnect. Major tech firms are pouring roughly $600 billion a year into data centers, yet the revenue actually generated by AI remains a mere fraction of that investment. This danger hiding underneath the bed is something called a capex treadmill. The moment one industry giant sinks $100 billion into new chips, competitors are forced to match or exceed it to avoid obsolescence. No one can afford to step off, as slowing down means surrendering the future to a rival. Combine this arms race with a hyper-competitive tech cycle, where hardware upgrades and AI model training are mandatory, and the costs compound relentlessly, regardless of whether the AI is turning a profit. Additionally, this isn't being funded by spare cash.
I mean, to me, this kind of spells out war, because at some point you have to turn a profit. You know, and this shit is already integrated into military tech. You know, I mean, so who's going to pay for
it? Their profit comes from the gains in the stock market as these companies continue to rise in value, right?
Right now, right?
The shareholders.
Yeah, people
right?
throwing in the American people throwing their money in it, right?
Yeah, not only the American people,
everybody,
right? Like
yeah.
Everybody, right? Like everyone,
anyone
every major
who can.
So essentially what it is we have the actual chip makers, right? The NVIDIAs, the AMDs. These are the CPUs, the central processing centers units that essentially allow for AI to run. Then you have the AI actual companies that are building the data centers using these same CPUs that are allowed to process the data at the fast rate that allows for an effective AI, right? Now you have the companies who want to use these AI companies for their own, you know, Google has its own method, right? Its own chatbot, its own AI that they want to use, Gemini, right? You have Amazon, right? And so now they're funneling money as well into it. Why? Because they don't want to be left out of that market, and they want to see how that can save them money in terms of cutting cost eventually in the future, depending on how successful AI is, right? And now that's going to lead to future profits because now they can cut individuals from the physical workforce, right? Instead of having physical people that you have to pay benefits to that can work limited hours, now you have an AI bot essentially that can overtake that function, allowing you to save money in the longer term, right? So the individuals who think that AI is not going to take your job, yes, it will, right?
It will turn a profit. It just takes time. By taking your job
slowly.
No,
that's where we are now. That's where the argument of the bubble is. right? Are we giving too much money into it? Are the major companies funneling too much money
You
that is
know,
overvaluing these companies, that these companies now have to turn not even necessarily turn a profit, but turn results, right? So we can give as much money as we can, but the limit is the limit. That doesn't increase the effectiveness of AI currently, right? And until we start to see the rapid growth and development of AI, that's where we start seeing overvalued companies, right? If you're overvalued 13, 14, 15, 20x times what your actual revenue is, that's where the bubble comes to play, right? Because if you're overvalued and your value doesn't equate to the production of that value, now we know that that's a bubble waiting to happen. Because now once the investors start to see that they aren't reaching the heights that they invested in, right? I invested in the potential of this growth and it hasn't reached that growth. Now that's the bubble. And once they start doing that, and they realize that, which is where we're coming to now. It's why we're seeing stock markets like the South Korean stock market crash, right? Japan, and eventually here in the US as well. The only leverage the US has is because we're the ones producing, we're the major producer of these chips when it comes to the processing power that allows for AI to continue to be effective, right? And we're hoping to continue to pump money. A lot of these companies, are choosing to pump money into these chip makers, right, in different forms. May that be a percentage of, the profits they make from the chip, as you saw in that video, and it's becoming a big circle because they keep funneling that money back in to try to hope to make breakthroughs in AI. If those breakthroughs haven't happened, right, we saw that in the form of companies like Amazon and Google making major staff cuts, but now had to somewhat reverse those staff cuts because AI was not as effective as they projected it to be. So that's what's happening, right? The chip makers are hoping to make a breakthrough, while the companies who are using and building the data centers, which are the AI companies, right? The Anthropics of the world, the Open AIs of the world, right? Who now take these chips and write the program that allows for these AI bots to learn and hopefully make a breakthrough and make profit in terms of how effective they are. They haven't done that in the way they've invested into it, if that makes any sense.
right.
Right?
It's not living up to the
haven't come back.
expectations. It's not living up to that.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
And so even since we are seeing that they're not living up to those expectations, but we're still pumping money into it, that's just creating a bigger bubble.
Or even the
And once
promises. They made promises,
Well,
even, right?
But that's the promises, right? That's why they keep pumping money into it, to hopefully get to those promises that they were made or speculated to be, right? And now that we're seeing that those were less and less close to those promises on a timeline level, that's where the bubble will eventually burst, right? The bubble will burst when they see that it's not as effective as they projected it to be, and now these chip makers and these AI companies are well overvalued versus the expectation, and that's where the problem is. Obviously, we'll see what that looks like. Throughout the videos we're playing, because then we'll understand the different models of AI. We have a closed source and an open source, which China uses an open source because they don't necessarily have the intellectual property to build an effective chip like what the US companies have. So the US has leverage because we are the chip makers and the best chip makers that allow for the fast processing, and China doesn't have access to that intellectual property. So they have an open source model, which obviously, we'll get into further in the videos. I think that's probably the next video that's there. But to sum it up again, the expectations versus the investments haven't been met and most likely won't be met. And as time continues and we continue to miss those expectations, expect that to be the next biggest bubble in terms of economic downfall or economic setback when it comes to the stock market and the economy. But go ahead, V.
Contraction, basically. All right. So
a major contraction.
Yeah. And I really, this kind of statement of give it time, I'm like, what about the people that don't have time to give it? What about the people that put their money in there and don't have the time to give it? What about the people that it just reminds me of this thing like pimps used to do to their prostitutes all the time, right? You know, I'll let you go. Just do this again one more time. Just one more thing. You ever read Iceberg Slim, by the way? That's exactly what he was doing, you know, seriously. And then one of his victims told the story herself. I mean, she's online telling the story like they will just never let you go. You know what I mean? And when I hear that phrase, just give it time, I'm like, man, who the fuck? And listen, I also, have you ever been in a situation in your life where you've seen things, you've done that before, you've done it again, you're in a cycle, you know, you're in this situation, in this community where this is how things go. And no matter what, things go this way. And you don't like how things go, but you got to join the program if you want to have a chance to come up, right? And people say, give it time. It's like, but the whole point in time, you're sacrificing your morals and your ethics too. You know, you're dying inside the more you give it time. So at some point you just got to make a break to survive. You know what I mean? When I hear that, just give it time thing, that's what I think. Like, well, do you really have time? How much time you got? You must be doing well off. Are you in your parents' home? Did you invest early? Are you some of the few and the fortunate? Because, yeah, in any case, let's hear some more.
Cash. Tech titans are taking on massive debt just to keep pace. Major AI players borrowed $108 billion in 2025, while the overall industry accumulated a staggering $1.4 trillion in total debt. Michael Burry also accuses some AI giants of accounting tricks that make profits look bigger than they are. Even OpenAI's CEO, Sam Altman, has said that someone is going to lose a phenomenal amount of money. And a widely shared MIT study found about 95% of company AI projects weren't yet making money. So the skeptics have a real case, but the optimists have one too. Here's why this might not be 1999 all over again. Unlike a lot of .com companies, today's AI leaders have real customers and real revenue. Anthropic, for example, said its annual revenue pace jumped from about $9 billion to over $30 billion in roughly a year, and the largest tech firms are already wildly profitable. Anthropic's CEO, Dario Amodei, argues the circular deals actually make sense. One side has chips to sell and the money to finance the purchases, the other is confident it'll have the customers. Demand for computing power is still growing fast, by an estimated 19% a year, and NVIDIA thinks global spending on this could climb from $600 billion to as much as $4 trillion. So where do things stand now in June 2026? Some of the priciest names have already taken a beating, but the true giants like NVIDIA are so far still standing. Even Burry's bets are a mixed bag because being early can look exactly like being wrong. The honest answer right now is nobody knows yet. Now, why should you care if you don't own any AI stocks? Remember Sam's retirement savings? If you own a basic index fund, like most retirement accounts, you already own these companies. A handful of AI firms are now a staggering 45% share of the S&P 500. Because the S&P 500 is weighted by market capitalization, just 5 tech and AI-centric megacaps, Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Amazon, make up nearly 30% of the entire index. If the AI trade stumbles, it could shake everyone's savings, not just AI investors. It could spill into jobs, spending, and the wider economy, the way past busts did. So is AI a bubble? It might honestly be both. A real revolution wrapped in a temporary bubble. The internet truly did change the world. And the dot-com crash still wiped out trillions on the way there, and the oldest lesson still holds. When money starts going in...
That's interesting, the symbology they used right there. And think about it. I mean, this is exactly what, Trump, the people getting that are part of this, making these investments that have created the architecture largely. What do? Whenever people on the ground say they want assurances, they want their taxes to go towards some sort of safety net, right? What do they call them? They call them this. But is that what they're producing on the corporate side? Are they actually the socialists and the Marxists or the communists are they the communists on the corporation side of it? I mean, it's just so interesting. Let's hear that.
So is AI a bubble? It might honestly be both. A real revolution wrapped in a temporary bubble. The internet truly did change the world. And the dot-com crash still wiped out trillions on the way there. And the oldest lesson still holds. When money starts going in circles and everyone's certain it only goes up, that's exactly when it pays to look closer. This is my first video, so if this made the AI money maze make more sense, hit subscribe. Next time, we'll follow the money into another corner of the market.
We have a troll in the chat called Kiara Brav. Why don't you hop up, Kiara? If you're not a minority that's uneducated and you're not a male, okay, why don't you hop up and educate everybody? You're welcome to.
Wow, it's just pouring out of that stack. When you see this much color on the screen like this, what does that tell you?
It's showing a heat signature, so we know that pollution is happening at this site.
This is Stargate, one of the largest AI data centers in the world. It's currently under construction in rural Texas. Stargate will eventually include 4 million square feet of buildings across 1,100 acres. That's larger than Central Park.
When we get a look at it, we'll get a real sense of the scale that is involved here. I mean, this is a massive site.
It's estimated that by the year 2030, companies will have invested nearly $7 trillion in data center infrastructure in a race to dominate the AI market. But this race to build AI superiority is happening so fast, many are concerned that companies might be cutting corners or taking advantage of regulatory loopholes, especially when it comes to the electricity and water required to run these massive data centers.
Want any questions answered? We just want it stopped.
People all over the US are raising the alarm about the impacts that these data centers could have on their health, their homes, and their livelihoods. Evan Simon has been investigating data centers around the US. He's already found that some AI data centers are brazenly defying environmental laws, and regulators are doing little to stop it.
There's really a transparency issue around the AI industry right now. It feels like a really important time for us to really pay close attention to these things.
We're teaming up today to take you up above for a different perspective on this science story, using a drone fitted with a thermal camera to investigate what's really happening at one of the world's largest data centers, and how it's impacting the people who live in its backyard.
There are a lot of people that have not seen what we hope to show through the drone footage, especially the thermal drone footage.
Is this even legal?
All right, so this looks like any other drone.
Regardless of how you feel about AI itself or the way that it's being rolled out, one thing is inescapable. Despite tech companies making promises about renewable energy and sustainable technology, much of this massive AI expansion is still being powered by fossil fuels. Your AI query likely pings a data center like this, full of millions of power-hungry processing chips running the chatbots, agents, and other tools that millions of people interact with every day. But to power those operations, data centers around the country are increasingly relying on their own custom-built gas power plants. The Stargate data center already has 62 diesel generators and 10 gas-powered turbines on site, with plans for 41 more. This will make it one of the largest fossil fuel power plants of any kind in Texas, and it's just to power this data center.
Why is it so important that we keep an eye on this growing industry?
There's a lot of secrecy surrounding these sites. Public officials are signing NDAs, companies are using proprietary information shields, and state and federal regulators don't seem like they're able to keep up. So we feel like it's really important at our newsroom to monitor what seems like a fairly lightly regulated industry, especially as it grows at such a rapid clip.
New facilities like this are being built largely to meet demand for generative AI tools like chatbots. OpenAI reported that global use of chatbots more than doubled in the last year, going from 400 to 900 million users.
Growth is the number one concern for all of these data centers. They are trying to beat everybody else in being the first to really harness the profitability around AI, and for them, that really means essentially getting as much power as fast as they can.
Big tech companies are projected to spend more than $800 billion on the infrastructure behind artificial intelligence in 2026. And in 2027, that number will exceed $1 trillion. That's on par with the entire US defense budget. Stargate is one of the most ambitious and powerful AI data centers ever built. The proposed on-site power plant could deliver more than 1.7 gigawatts of power. That's enough energy to power more than 1 million homes for a year. And the plant will emit more than 7.8 million tons
1 million homes a year
of greenhouse gases each year. That's the annual emissions of about 2 million cars.
Now, if you notice, the data we're doing, the EU is not entering this realm at all. They're using a completely different model. Once we're done with this, we're going to do some comparative data as we always do. For those of you that like this, hey, it's your world. You know, as an American citizen, I actually live in the EU. So I'm pretty much able to watch the testing ground be the US and see how it affects American lives from here, from a distance. But I thank you for being the testing ground. I thank you.
Satellite imagery reveals the enormous impact it has made to the landscape from 2024 to today. And the construction still hasn't been completed.
We're driving around and we still haven't gotten a clear look at this place. And I think that's why the aerial view is going to be key to figuring out what's going on here.
Our thermal drone is just one part of our reporting process. We still heavily rely on more traditional forms of investigative journalism, mainly public records requests. So we often use a combination of public records requests and innovative things like thermal imaging to really get a sense of what exactly is happening at these facilities.
From the outside, this just looks like a gigantic building. What's happening inside of there that is causing all this demand, causing this race for energy?
The computer processors, or GPUs, that are inside of these massive data centers require enormous amounts of energy. It's really hard to get a sense of actually how much energy is pulsing through these facilities. And so that's why we've started to incorporate a thermal drone to really try to get a sense of what is actually happening at these facilities.
Omaira Garcia, or OG as she likes to be called, lives right next door to Stargate. We launched the thermal drone from her property to get a look at what's really going on.
My husband and I both served in the military. What initially brought us to Abilene was his military service. After being here for a couple years, we really just kind of fell in love with it. It took us a year to find this property. Just the views, the horizon, the sunrise, the sunset. It was just our own little piece of happiness. In 2025, Stargate started to break ground on the property. And all of a sudden, life changed. We had no idea what they were building there. And then we heard that the reason we couldn't find out what they were building there was because people were asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And when they get there, there's just dust flying everywhere. We started taking a poll to see how.
Now, this is an American's experience living there, ex-military, right? And this is where they decided to settle down after their service to the country, and they're giving their story. It's really compelling, but I'm quite sure people that are invested heavily in this stuff, they don't care about service to the country, and they don't care about lives, human lives at all. They, in my opinion, are about only the money. And, a lot of them, if you're only about the money, why would you even be American for that matter? Because anybody can invest in this. I'm curious how many Russians have invested in SpaceX, how many Russians have invested in American corporations. I mean, I'm curious about that myself. Not just Russians, but it's just an example. It's just an example. If you're a Russian and you're invested, let's say 200 million, 300 million, $500 million in SpaceX, would you care about some U.S. service member's life being affected? Would you care about American people's air being polluted? Would you care about their water being polluted? No, of course you wouldn't.
Happiness. In 2025, Stargate started to break ground on the property. And all of a sudden, life changed. We had no idea what they were building there. And then we heard that The reason we couldn't find out what they were building there was because people were asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And when they get there, there's just dust flying everywhere. We started taking a poll to see how often we have to change our filters, and it's every 2 weeks because they're completely filthy and full.
All right, so this is what it looks like in a standard drone shot, but watch what happens when I switch to thermal.
Wow.
It's important to note that it's not showing us the specific pollutants or specific gases that are emitted by these turbines, but just by showing us that heat signature, we know that pollution is happening at this site.
Gas turbines like these are essentially jet engines that generate electricity. And they emit a lot of greenhouse gases and harmful air pollution, which is linked to asthma, heart attacks, and even premature death. The day we filmed, Stargate was only operating one of the 10 turbines that it has on site, but it eventually plans to have more than 50 of these turbines powering its operations here, something OG was unaware of until we informed her.
I didn't know about their expansion plan and what that looks like for our home. If we're already dealing with the noise difficulty with only 10 turbines that they have right now, I can only imagine how much more difficult it's going to be like. I feel trapped. You know, we invest in our home, we serve our country, and we weren't even included in this process. We weren't given any time to understand what this impact was going to be on us. The long-term ramifications, we weren't given time to try to leave. So how do I feel? Upset.
It's absolutely shocking to see that invisible pollution made visible like this. This is incredible. So how can you tell if a facility like this is following the law?
Well, we're going to take these images to a series of experts to really make sure that we understand what we're looking at, but you'd be surprised what I've found in the past.
Evan's investigation previously took him to South Haven, Mississippi, another community being impacted by a giant new hyperscale AI data center, xAI's Colossus, which helps power their chatbot, Grok.
In this drive for speed, this race for AI dominance, Elon Musk and xAI parked these massive turbines on tractor trailers to power their operations. They then argued that these were temporary power sources and therefore did not require state or federal permits to operate. That is really out of step with long-standing EPA policy that turbines like these, which are major pollution sources, require—
This is goddamn, they're burning gas right into the fucking ozone layer. I mean,
permits.
Gas turbines. This is crazy.
Elon Musk and xAI parked—
I mean, no standards at all. No standards at all. No standards at all. No reusable energy. No plans to. I mean, what are you going to use? Couldn't they use the heat for something else if they're going to do it this way? It's like nothing. It completely goes against all ecological standards. All.
We have to remember this is the same administration that doesn't believe in global warming, right? And this is the same, and what's funny is a lot of these data centers are being built in red states, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now we start seeing the constituents being concerned with pollution and warming climates, right? As if
they should have been concerned from the start. People were talking about it before this.
Yeah,
bro.
They should have been advocating for things like the Green New Deal, right? For constructive solar power, right? And other alternative energy sources, right? But here they are facing the consequences now.
Exactly. You're right. And you know something? I think this is why it's good to actually show videos about this, because for some reason, just when people discuss the data, when people can just use words in discussing the data or primarily reading, right? Because a lot of people, maybe the reading is on a different level, right? Or maybe they don't comprehend words the same way. There can still be misunderstanding among people that speak the same language, right? Depending on, what level of the language you're capable of understanding, right? But they didn't understand the wordings when people discussed it in plain sight politically. They didn't get it. But I also think legacy media didn't talk enough about it. They didn't really make it practical. But listen, at some point, you have a responsibility to yourself and your own life to be. I mean, I hate to say this because I don't even like when people say this, because of course politicians are there and scientists are there to protect the people. They're supposed to do that. But at this point, when we see that they're not there really all the way like they should, or legacy media or any counterpart is functioning below the level it's supposed to, below the standard, a useful standard, our own level of education, our own level of self-knowledge, wanting to know, taking things serious is supposed to kick in. And for some reason, like you see in a lot of these red states, it didn't kick in at all, bro. The warnings were there. They even, not to change the topic a little bit, but even just when it comes to natural disasters, people, they got a governor like in Texas that was like, man, fuck this. Fuck a natural disaster. We don't need to care about a monsoon. And then a week later, a monsoon took out a whole goddamn campsite full of young people, like literally, you know.
And to circle back to Texas, this is the same
is this Texas?
Governor who now,
this is Texas right here, right?
I'm not sure.
Let me go.
I'm saying,
okay.
In general, what Texas has now done is they've put a pause on the building of AI data centers within Texas.
Oh, now they've done it. Okay.
Right now they've done it. Like now, right? Because now they're seeing, oh shoot, this might harm my state, right? This may harm the constituents in my state. This may lead to further weather disasters in my state, aside from the added pollution in my state, right? So now, conveniently, they believe in pollution and global warming, when before it was clean coal.
It was
and
laughed
burned
at. Liberal nonsense. Ha ha ha! You liberals, you ain't strong enough to breathe dirty air and not die. Ha ha ha!
Climate changes every 100 years. We're just going through regular climate change. Regular weather. It's hilarious at best, right?
This is Mississippi. This is Mississippi, by the way. Colossus 2.
Another red state, right? Another deep red state.
Yeah. Colossus 1 is in Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee is Colossus 1. And Colossus 2 is in Mississippi.
And these are the same states with low taxes, low minimum wages, right? And in order to try to propagate their economy, what are they doing? Allowing AI data centers to be built.
With no concern for the ecology, for the climate, no concern for the water, the animals that live there, no concern at all. The air, the water, man. How can you do that to your own environment, bro? Like,
and then they'll ask for more federal funding from blue states, right? Because they'll need it once they're destroyed.
To clean it up. Exactly. They will need it to clean it all up. All the destruction, you know, man, this is, anyway, let's hear some more. I appreciate you, bro. Thanks for hosting this one. Look at this shit right here. They're sitting. Look at this shit, man. And they're burning. Look, you can see it right here. Data center on the damn trucks. They drive them in, burnt the goddamn turbines are burnt, positioned up in the air. They're just burning fuel. Yo, this shit is crazy, man. This is burning fuel to feed the damn the data center on the trucks, right? To feed that and then go out to the rest. This is crazy. This is, oh my God. Man. It's good to actually see what it looks like, because we've read what it's like. We've read what it is. I've never seen it with my eyes.
Power their chatbot, Grok.
In this drive for speed, this race for AI dominance, Elon Musk and xAI parked these massive turbines on tractor trailers to power their operations. They then argued that these were temporary power sources and therefore did not require state or federal permits to operate. That is really out of step with long-standing EPA policy that turbines like these, which are major pollution sources, require permits regardless of whether or not they're considered temporary or not.
We genuinely just don't understand how they're still allowed to run their turbines right now. There's people in the very neighborhood that we're standing next to right now that probably still have no idea, just because it's been kept so quiet.
Even people that are living really, really close to it never really got a good sense of what was there in their backyard.
I did not discover that the power plant was going to be built until it was actually here. There wasn't a public meeting or anything like that. It was just kind of here all of a sudden. which was a big shock and a big surprise.
I was really fortunate to speak with a resident who has a home directly across the street from the South Haven gas plant, a woman named Crystal Polk, and she agreed to let me fly the drone from her property. As soon as the drone rose above the tree line, I could see that a number of these turbines were emitting very, very strong heat signatures, at least a dozen. And it seemed to me very obviously that these turbines were operating.
Having turbines.
And in the daytime, you can't see it. Here you go again with this liberal stuff. It's like, look to the left in the daytime, you can't see it. In the night, you can't see it. But when you put on the ultraviolet light, you can see it. You can see it. This shit is emitting basically toxins all throughout the air. And then of course it's going to screw up the water in the region, in the area too, because it's got to come back down, right?
So close to my home that are unpermitted is a very deep concern. And I am severe asthmatic as well as some of my children. I am very concerned about what is going to be in the air and how it's going to affect my health. We were going to retire here, but now we have emptied the house of all furniture because of the pollution. I think I shed a few tears because it's been my forever.
So they bought a home that they can't even live in now. And they probably won't be able to sell the home. They're probably going to lose money on the home because nobody wants to buy it from them except Elon fucking Musk.
It's where I grew up.
The Bring Your Own Power Plant.
And as we already heard in an episode we did before, these billionaires, these corporations, they're not buying. They're only willing, if they push you off of your land, they're only willing to buy it at whatever the market says it is. They're not going to pay you for your inconvenience at all. Nothing. If they push you off of your grandmama's land, they're not going to pay you for any personal connection to that land. They're just going to go and say, oh, well, the market says it's worth this much today, so that's what we'll give you. And we'll give you a 10% markup. How about that? Even though you've been driven off the actual land. And this wasn't her case, but I'm just saying you can look into many cases where people have stated this kind of stuff.
That strategy seen at Colossus was once an outlier in the industry. But this strategy has gone mainstream, and nowhere is that more apparent than in Texas. There are roughly 300 data centers here in Texas, with at least 100 currently under construction, with an additional 100 more planned. And the vast majority are powered by fossil fuels. Texas has around 80 gigawatts of natural gas power under construction, and roughly half of those plants will provide power exclusively to data centers, without even connecting to Texas's electrical grid. Some of these approved sites are massive. One approved site in West Texas is slated to generate nearly 8 gigawatts alone, making...
I saw Tootie's comment. Tootie, what's up? Whatever that name is. You Tootie Fruity? Are you gay or what? I'm just curious. Let me know if you gay too, because that's a term that usually means gay, right? To the end. But in any case, here's the thing. Tootie says you really need to look at the township boards that are allowing these to go through without fully alerting the public. Yeah, we have actually. And what we found out is that, man, these people don't make no fucking money. That you could just pay them off. Some of the people are actually part of, there's a chain of corporations. So some of these people might, although they might be sitting on the town board, they may have a job that is inside of a corporation that's owned by another corporation that's owned by SpaceX or something like that. So you see, it's kind of intertwined in a capitalistic way, Yep.
So they're sitting on the boards of some of these AI companies, right, as advisors, while still utilizing their official government position to push forward the agenda of being able to build these AI data centers.
Yeah,
right?
Energy is big. It's big. It's a big issue. The corruption. Well, this kind of layering and control they have in energy. But go ahead.
Alongside lobbying. Alongside lobbying. Right. If you think that the money that they are spending and generating, that they won't have a near unlimited amount of money to lobby from within these states, even on the most local levels, to be able to influence some of these township members, mayors, governors, who can put in place laws and legislation that allows to regulate AI in some capacity. Right here in New York City, we have a moratorium, right, which means we're not allowing the building of any type of AI data center until next year when it has to go up again. And you see, if they agree that a moratorium should still be in place, right? These are the same things that any other state can do, right? But when you are at a disadvantage because you're in a red state and you're poorly funded on a state level, you want to generate as much revenue as you possibly can, and that's appealing to these companies to allow the building of these infrastructure.
The investors.
Right? The investors, right? They have to pay for these AI companies to be built. So that's a temporary boost to your economy because those construction companies now get to build these AI data centers. Secondary to that, now they're building on what? They're building on state land, and guess what they have to pay? Property taxes, right? So it's creating and generating revenue for them otherwise that they wouldn't, and they're needing to supplement because they have low income individuals in terms of the lowest minimum wages. If we look at all of where these AI data centers are being built, or at least the major ones, and obviously California is the exception to that rule, but we also have to remember Silicon Valley is where a lot of these AI data centers are being built in order to have proximity to what? The same tech companies like OpenAI, right? Like Anthropic, right? Next to the developers that are developing the technology that allows for AI to be functionable, right? The production of these data centers. Go ahead.
Right. And I think this concept about like something else Tootie said, these small towns are in the middle of nowhere. I think that's a misnomer. First of all, just on the human scale, these small towns have lots of people living there. It's not no people. There's loads of people living in these small towns anyway. They might be small when you compare it to a city, a major city, but there's people living there. It's not uninhabited by people. It's people living there. And even if it wasn't, what about the animals? What about the water? What about the it doesn't, when we're dealing with energy, it doesn't even matter. It is part of a chain. Though. It's going to spread
though, right? Because if we think that, a township of 5,000 people are going to, with a varying education level, are going to understand the implications of what it means to have a big AI data center right next to them versus a major city like, any other major city you can name, Kansas City, Miami, New York, Dallas, right? Those are going to get more opposition because now you have a wider group, right, who are more aware, more educated, more financially stable, and can advocate for themselves and say, you know what, we don't want this data center.
In that way, right? You're right. Exactly. That's where it's missing. They have less people to advocate, but people are still affected. Right. Yeah.
There you go. And the states are going to strategically place them in these deserted areas, one, because they want the most space possible that wasn't being used. If that space wasn't being used, guess who can't pay property taxes? The people who aren't there. But guess who can pay property taxes once these AI data centers are built? The same companies that are building them, right? So it allows for them to now utilize space that wasn't utilized prior, right? In a lot of these small townships that now
sounds good in the beginning
to generate revenue. Yeah, they can be able to generate revenue, right? And the reason why they're so hungry for that revenue is because they can't receive it from the taxation of the people because they have such low tax and low minimum wage, right? That's the formula right there, right?
I think we
go
ahead.
It raises property value, right? It raises the property value of some of these neighboring, right? It brings, imagine the individuals who have to work at that data center. Imagine the individuals who have to work on that data center, right? Work for it and work on it, right? Guess where they're going to move? In proximity. So you're going to draw people for a potential higher paying job from neighboring cities that are much more populated to this deserted or relatively low populated town that now sees some sort of increase in revenue, right, and notoriety because they have a data center. So there's a lot more economics behind it, but mainly it's the need to want to generate that
you're talking about the theory. You're talking about I think Tootie's misunderstanding what you're saying. you're talking about the theory behind how they get there and the processes behind how they get. You're not talking about what you feel about it. That's a little different, Tootie. So yeah. Tootie's saying not utilize the farmland and the pasture for animals. That's because don't worry, Tootie. Take your time. Welcome. I'm happy that you found the stream.
Yeah. But they won't utilize farmland, right? Farmland's a little bit too valuable, right? Yeah. But we have to remember a lot of these red states. Some of these red states don't have farmable land. This is where they're putting the AI data centers. They would never put it in a farmable land that is too valuable, right? But they're putting it on farmable land, right? Undesirable land that most people won't build their next house to, right? That most people, don't find great work opportunities in, and usually are driving to more major neighboring cities that allow for them to have employment, where obviously strategically they're placing them in these more rural areas because, again, like I said before, property taxes, otherwise that wouldn't exist from an AI data center that now exists, and also the temporary surge from the workforce that has to move there and occupy either the data center or build that data center. And it's mainly due because they're not collecting those from taxes. They're not able to generate. So they're trying to look for alternative ways to generate the taxes that they can get on a state level. And obviously, hopefully they're redistributing, even if it is harming their constituents. Hopefully they're collecting these property taxes from these AI data centers and properly utilizing to help the same people that they're disenfranchising by building these AI data centers. But go ahead, V.
Right, I got you. Well, I want to say to Tootie, congratulations. You opened this account July 28th, 2026. That helps me understand a little more about your questions. It sounds like this is the last person that, ran off the chat. Anyway, let's continue. This is a good actual look at this. Now, this one is Texas. So let's pay attention here.
At the largest proposed data center in the country. That 8 gigawatts is roughly enough to provide electricity for more than half the homes in the state. But that power will be off the grid, solely for one data center. While this so-called behind-the-meter strategy can reduce strain on the grid and might keep electricity prices down for consumers, it also means more power plants emitting more harmful pollutants across the state. The companies building these data centers almost always promise that they'll use renewables or nuclear when they announce their projects. But when you look at the data, most of what's actually being built right now is powered entirely by natural gas. It will be at least 2028 before renewables power AI at any real scale, and new nuclear plants are a decade or more away. These fossil fuel-powered facilities generate fine particulate matter, widely understood to be detrimental to human health. One study estimated the healthcare-related costs for people living near a similar Virginia power plant could be up to $100 million a year. And that's not the only risk. Researchers have shown that data centers create their own heat islands, raising temperatures nearby by as much as 2 degrees Celsius through their heavy use of industrial equipment and energy consumption. AI chips and models are becoming more efficient when it comes to power and heat, but those efficiency gains are being exceeded by overall growth in AI usage.
What's up, 6 Cents? I see you.
Usage, in part as a result of that efficiency gain. This is a well-known phenomenon in technology innovation called the Jevons paradox. It was first described in the 1860s. The English were concerned about running out of coal, their main source of power. Some argued that as coal-burning plants became more efficient, less coal would be used. But economist William Stanley Jevons showed that increasing efficiency wouldn't save coal, because cheaper, more efficient power would lead to an overall rise in demand for coal. Hyperscalers like Stargate may be getting more efficient, but if the Jevons paradox holds up, those gains will be erased by the increased demand for AI. Electricity isn't the only concern. The tens of thousands of high-powered chips inside a data center like this generate enormous amounts of heat, requiring massive cooling systems to prevent failures. Stargate uses a closed-loop cooling system that circulates water to pull heat away from the machines. While these systems usually only need to be filled once, they do require more electricity to run. By some estimates, the rise in data centers in the state of Texas could increase water usage a whopping 9% by the year 2030. We took the footage we'd gathered to OG to show her what was taking place just next door to her home.
From my experience, I can tell that this plume right here, this is a very large heat signature.
That's just one.
That's just one.
It's crazy to see it from this perspective. It just shows how close.
That means that they're running it full tilt, essentially. You can't really get a sense of it without the thermal, you know? I mean, this is what it looks like to you, and I know that's alarming in and of itself, but once you see the thermal, it is really a completely different matter.
Yeah, it looks off. It just looks like a structure.
Right, exactly.
I mean, that thing is just cooking.
Yeah, and then there's a plan for 51 of these in total at this
site. They wouldn't
site.
put these here unless they plan to use them.
That's the idea. I mean, there is literally a shortage of these turbines nationwide. Companies are scrambling to stockpile them, make orders years in advance now to try to get as many of these as possible. You don't get these kinds of turbines unless you plan on turning them on. This is what it looks like in her front yard. And to hear her tell it, she had no idea that this was coming until it was essentially there.
That's almost unconscionable, you know?
Catherine Guerra spent years at the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and is now at Public Citizen, a consumer rights advocacy group. So she's uniquely qualified to help us make sense of what we saw in Abilene and to figure out if Stargate is operating under the appropriate rules.
These initial permits came in at a lower level authorization called a permit by rule. With permit by rules, they are activity specific. So, for example, an auto body shop would get a permit by rule authorization, or a dry cleaner would get a permit by rule authorization. When a data center pursues these lower level pre-construction authorizations that grants them the authority to begin operating with no public notice requirement and no public input or participation, that feels pretty intentional.
So that kind of approval process happening so quickly seems possibly appropriate if we're talking about an auto body shop or a laundromat. Does it make sense for a large-scale power plant that could theoretically power hundreds of thousands of homes?
Not to me, it doesn't.
As it seeks to expand, Stargate developers have since applied for other permits that seem to better suit the sprawling data center. Critics say this small first, big later strategy enables data centers to get a foothold in a community without public input, and to make it harder or even impossible to stop them once construction has already begun. But even with the correct permits, Catherine seriously doubts that the Texas environmental regulatory bodies have the capacity to hold polluters accountable.
The data center industry is expanding at a rate that is beyond the capability of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to sufficiently regulate. We have seen enforcement cases this past year that were 10 years old.
And just to add to this, the EU has taken a completely different step, completely different precautions in terms of what's going on in the U.S. They're observing, but they've set out some regulations from the start, right? And it's worth it. It's worth it because right now, people in the EU that view the show, they're looking at this, and they're wondering, are there politicians being too harsh when it comes to the regulations on AI, right? But when they look at this information coming out of the U.S., they're saying, wait a second, they're not being too harsh. Our politicians talking about the environment, our politicians talking about clean water, our politicians talking about, just our future. Is it sustainable? These kind of things. They're saying, wow, our politicians care about our lives, at least on the basic level. What is going on in the U.S.? Like, are they not concerned about human life, plant life, animal life, water, these kind of things? So we're going to get into the EU regulations after we look at what's going on in the U.S. Yeah, you want to say something there, Mike? Oh, okay. I'll continue. Yo, Eric, was that you?
Hey guys.
That was you. What's up, Eric? Yeah. Good to have you, man. What's up, bro? Eric Klein in the house.
Hey V. Hey everyone. Yeah, it's getting ridiculous. These guys are already just like in your lives. I've had an AC unit that's been kind of pooping out and dying out for the last couple months. So I was kind of trying to figure out if I could maybe fix this thing. And I had a friend that just sent me a video about, some things to check out, maybe the capacitor or something like that. So I hadn't really started, research replacing it or companies or anything like that. Next thing you know, I'm being followed out around. I start getting ads from local AC companies, and that's the thing.
Yes,
and that's the thing. Is right. They're like watching what you're watching, and then they're going, "Oh, hey, do you need some AC service? What's up?"
And you know something? The EU has tighter regulations on it, but I just got a washing machine installed in my flat, right? And guess what? All of a sudden, since I got it installed and I have service on it, right? So I don't have to worry about repairing it or anything like that. All of a sudden now, I keep seeing commercials for the same goddamn washing machine, bro. It's like serious. So, and the EU has stronger regulations, but I think they're about to implement tighter regulations, bro, in a lot of ways. But I understand. I hope that they're doing it step by step so they can look at a cause and effect and then regulation. Cause, effect, regulation. Because you can't if you just do too much, then you kind of miss some of the nuances there that could be beneficial, right? Who knows?
Right.
But in any case,
I just feel there's a bit of a right to privacy issue here that's probably just being ignored. I mean, we have a right to privacy act in America. It's an act.
Yeah.
And
it's a law.
No one's enforcing it.
It's a fucking law, bro. Exactly.
Right. So, and I just feel like pretty soon they're going to knock on your door when your AC breaks and go, "Hey, do you know your AC's broke? We're here to fix it."
Yeah. Or better yet, somebody that doesn't like your politic sees that, all of a sudden your AC is broke because you said it on Facebook, and now they don't like your politic and they show up to harm your ass. So you never know. This fucking information just being out there, it is problematic. The only thing I'm grateful for is the fact that there's some limitations between what's going on in the US and what's going on in the EU. But right now in the US, there's no privacy, bro. Zero privacy. Zero. Like, if you want to find out things about people in the EU, you actually have to do some work. You know what I mean? Still, in the US, you don't have to do any fucking work. It's just a finger type away, bro. Like that shit, you can know everything about everybody, everything, their whole family, this is like crazy, man. It
seems like in the past you had to opt into all these things, and now you have to. You have to like physically opt out. Mom Donnie's trying to change the rules to make that a lot easier on some products and some subscriptions. But I just feel like these guys, they can't wait to, somehow service you, somehow charge you on something. Like they're almost trying to sell you something that you're not even. It's like that South Park episode, where Jeff Bezos and the things just show up and you're like, oh, well, I guess I needed it. So that's great.
It is. Bro, it is. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that too, because that is what's connected to these goddamn data centers, and this heat emitting. And think about this: your damn your air condition went out. You think this goddamn data center, any data center, is helping your fucking air condition work? No, of course, it means you need a bigger air condition, a stronger air condition, because all it's doing is polluting the fucking air, bro. It's making it hotter. Like, seriously, for reals. And a lot of people joke about the EU and the fact that people don't use air conditioners. I don't have a fucking air conditioner. I live in Denmark. I don't have an air conditioner. Does it get hot some days? Yeah, but people aren't stupid. They know if they just go out and start having air conditionings everywhere, it's only going to make it hotter. Slow it down. The US, man, we waited too long. We waited too long, and we keep trying to make everybody else adjust to what we waited for to act on. I'm sorry, man. We have to become leaders in this, and we got to figure out a way. Otherwise, the shit is going to break. It's not sustainable, bro. and it's not sustainable on many levels, not just on the ground level, the practical level in terms of what we're seeing, which is right here, but it's not sustainable in the AI bubble era, the financial bubble part of it. That shit's going to collapse. And when that collapses, how many other people's economies? I mean, luckily, we saw already that the EU is only integrated in the US like 10-15%. So the bubble, they've already moved away from the US because of these tariffs and all of this shit. In a way, that kind of helped. A lot of people moved away to the US because they don't want to be a part of this bubble, you know. But we're going to look into that in a second. Let's hear some more, though.
Just because they can do it doesn't mean that we're ready for it.
Right.
And that's what's happening even with like little things like scooters. Mom Downey announced today that they're doing a big crackdown on scooter companies that just weren't complying with the safety laws in New York City. And they've actually already banned them in places like in parts of California and San Diego, you know, where people were just going head first into the curb. You know, 25% of them are ending up in the emergency room. There's no lane. They're coming straight down, you know, the middle of a one-way street.
Yeah,
you know?
it's got to be responsible.
My point is that just because, you know, that technology is available doesn't mean that our infrastructure is set up for it. And there's other countries, there's places like Vietnam where they actually have a separate lane for scooters nowadays. You know, they can also use the regular road, but for safety's sake, they do have a separate, you know, lane to the side. So we're probably going to have to, you know, bite the bullet on that first. But they even had electric bikes. They said that wasn't a moneymaker, that the venture capitalists just, you know, were losing their butts. So that's where I see this in a lot of ways, that this could not only be a giant money loser, but it's something that we're just not ready, you know, to incorporate in every part of our lives.
You know, well, the people that invested, which is not anybody in this chat, but the people that invested early, unless there's maybe one, I don't know, but the people that invested early, meaning the billionaires, they have the lion's share of the stock. We know how that works. You know, they bought in, everybody else buys in later. As long as they're convincing more people to buy in, they keep earning some value, but they will pull their money out. And once the whales pull their money out, anybody who bought after them, basically, if you don't pull it out that same day, you lose your shit. So that's how it works. But in any case, let's continue. I see somebody said they like their air conditioner. Yo, who is this? Who said this? Somebody said they like their air conditioner. Well, let me see. Where was that comment at? Somebody said, where it is? There it is. Beyond Ether, whatever, 8222 said, you're not American though, and I like my air conditioner. I'm actually American. I just don't live in the U.S. I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. My family goes back on both sides of my family to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, when I turned 30, in my 30s, I moved outside of the U.S., you know. I've been traveling for a long time inside of the U.S. and outside. So, no, I'm American. It's the only citizenship I have. I'm a proud American, but I live in Denmark. You know, I'm pretty integrated into Denmark. You know, I speak the language and read the language and understand the language well, and I'm used to life in Denmark now. I'm accustomed to how things work, and people ain't using air conditioners over here, man. That's we don't need it. It is getting warmer, but people just don't need it, and most people aren't looking for it because most people have access to school, and they understand the implications. They understand the implications, and part of trusting your neighbor has something to do with, you know, believing that, you know, your neighbor is going to look into these things beyond just their own selfish greed. You know, Danes kind of have that mentality of, you know, alisam, a group effort, a group thinking, preserve the society, preserve the people. Americans are very individualistic to a fault. Like me, as long as I'm winning, I don't care what happens to anybody else on my block, in my town, in my neighborhood. Greed. It leaves room for too much fucking gluttony, man. So, you know, and Americans got used to it. I mean, you know, I'm not used to it anymore. When I go back to the U.S., I walk around and I see way too many homeless people in cities where there's way too much wealth and way too many rich people. And it just, it does bother me. And I'm not confused about it. I know as Americans, we don't give a shit about our own people. We just don't. Not when they're poor. Now when they're middle classers, we just don't. We worship money too much, and that's sad, you know. But and here's an example of it. Look at that. That's all about money, man. It's doing anybody. Elon Musk is doing great. They're making loads of money. Congratulations. Congratulations. This is what it looks like.
What we saw at Stargate is allowable operations under the permits that they currently have. Does that make it okay still, in your opinion?
These air pollutants, they don't go up into the atmosphere and go away. We know that these facilities are emitting volatile organic compounds, NOx, and particulate matter. And the health impacts are respiratory, cardiovascular,
Yes. The here's a shout out to people that know the health effects of what?
Compounds, NOx, and particulate matter. And the health impacts are respiratory, cardiovascular, people with asthma or children and elderly people in these communities. Those are the folks that are going to be suffering from this air pollution and massive amounts of air pollution.
Stargate was still under construction when we visited, so most of the turbines were sitting idle. But one day soon, this site could host a city's worth of polluting exhaust stacks. At this point, this campus may be adhering to the permits that they've been issued. But there are huge questions as to whether those permits are appropriate for a facility like this, and whether private energy grids like this are sufficiently regulated for safety and pollution. There's so much that is unseen in these operations.
Why are journalists like you doing this observation instead of regulators?
Well, right now, what we're seeing at the administration is a lot of pro-AI policies coinciding with the gutting of various environmental agencies and enforcement agencies. So it's really unsure if we weren't doing this kind of work, if anybody else would be.
Some of these companies have made promises that these very same AI technologies could help us solve climate change. What is your take on that?
You hear that a lot from folks like Sam Altman himself, who said that, AI can fix climate change and can cure diseases and all these things. And while there may be enormous potential for that kind of thing, the experts that I've been talking to say that just isn't happening at scale right now. The primary use of these data centers is to power chatbots, and that's what they're being used for.
I can't even begin to understand what kind of impact that's going to have on me and my health in the future. I'm concerned with that. When you invest in a home and you recognize you're doing all the right things to try to just enjoy your life, and you feel like your home is being infiltrated on, it's kind of hard to find.
Let me just pull it back to this picture here. Like, literally, this is crazy. But look at this picture. You can't fucking live here. You can't fucking live here. Look at this. These people are next to this. This is their home right next to this. You can't fucking live here, man. It's over for you. You cannot retire here. You're going to get sick and die fucking early, and you're going to have a miserable death. You're going to have a miserable death. And if you do not move, that's what you have in store for you, sadly enough. Because of the fumes being emitted. And no, they do not just go off into space and disappear. No, they hit the ground right in that goddamn community. Starting there. It let alone the damn wildlife and everything else. It's just it's very sad. It's very sad. It's unfortunate, but this is what big money looks like. This is the sacrifice you make for big money. Hurrah! Yay! Number one. Crazy, man. It's really got me. This is how ridiculous it is. I use ChatGPT. That's all the AI I use. I don't use AI for nothing else. I don't use AI for my production here, for graphics or anything like that. I don't use AI yet. When I do editing, and I'm not talking about this, my podcast here, but when I do editing on outside of this, on the side of this, I don't use AI graphics for that. I do my own graphics, but watching this has me thinking maybe I shouldn't even use fucking Gemini anymore. Like maybe I just need to hit Google, but Google's connected to it now. It's like, Google's not I don't know how intertwined it is with AI or what it is, but it just really has me thinking, and I'm not even in the US, it just has me thinking like maybe I shouldn't even be using Gemini. like straight up, just because of the efficacy of it. The problem is that you can't rely on good people. When you pay taxes, you can't rely on good people doing everything just out of their heart. You need government to do good. Government needs to do good. Because without government doing good, just expecting good people to be amassed enough to make an effect on the situation, I don't know if that's enough, because you're paying your taxes every time you go out to fund a government that's supposed to be doing good too, and it just makes me wonder. But yo, did somebody hop up? Let me see. Who is that? I thought I heard somebody in the background. Let me see. 2 seconds. Let me see who this is. I'm glad I'm actually seeing this programming though. This is from Casual Finance. If you don't know who they are, go to the page right now. You can subscribe. Here they are. Actually, it's a few of these that have been really good. But this is, let me go down. This is the AI bubble, Casual Finance, the AI bubble. So yeah, I clicked the like button too. And these are a few others. Look, here we go. You could see, just so I can give them some shout outs. Markets with Marv, big up to you. Appreciate that. PBS Terra, big up to you. Casual Finance, and then and then Weekend Startup Clips and Professor G Markets. All right. So so let's continue. Big girl, you there? I see you in the back, Bev. What's up?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. What you want to say about this?
I can't really hear you, and I can't hear the radio unless I can't hear the video unless I actually put it to my ear.
No, just pause your whatever you're listening to YouTube on. Just pause it for a moment.
My TV.
That's your media volume, and you might have to adjust that to hear the show segments. But you can hear the show. You can hear our dialogue through the Discord.
Yeah, so you can hear us, Bev, right?
Discord. No, yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so what do you think? What's going on? What do you think about what you're saying
with
so
AI?
far?
With AI?
Yeah, what we're watching exactly.
AI, I like it for like creating little things, nothing serious, nothing of importance, I should say.
Oh, yeah.
Like for there, but the information part, I don't like it. I'm having a lot of problems at my bank, now. And I think it's because of AI or whatever technology they're doing, because it tells me that I'm committing fraud against myself. I have an account full of money, but it's telling me they detected it.
You should be cautious with anybody announcing that. You should be cautious.
I just had that same problem, big girl.
And don't let nobody contact you on the internet. Now that you said that, like, don't let anybody contact you on YouTube or the internet that you don't know for sure already. Because people listening, boy, I tell you.
Yeah, because I've had people contact me through Facebook Messenger.
Drop it. Just if you don't know them already, Bev, if you ain't know them, like I've known you for a minute now, you know what I mean? We talk off of this medium, but still don't announce ever money in your account or anything like that, because there's criminals out here and there's creeps and people will take advantage of other folks, like straight up, Some people have no fucking ethics or morals, like straight up. They don't have a line they won't cross, some people, But go ahead.
My bank has only one ATM spot, not even a bank that you can go into and talk to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't carry money because of where I live at and stuff. I just don't carry a lot of money. I stopped doing that years ago.
Great.
But ever since this came out, and we have just like a little station from the bank. It was, and it's a problematic bank. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but
yeah, don't. You know why, Bev? I would just advise you to not talk anymore about anything about your bank. anything, not where you go, anything. Don't.
Yeah, but
Don't give out any logistics. Don't give out any logistics.
If you order something that you've never ordered before, a lot of times now it's going to kind of red flag your account, because they're gonna question if it's something that you actually did yourself.
There you go. That's how you express it. There you go. Thank you for that, Eric.
Is it because of this AI thing, or I don't know?
Yes, they're watching if it's out of the ordinary.
Yeah, because I've got things like, okay, pay the DMV, your license will be suspended. I've been driven a car since 2022 or 23, but they keep coming up. They know that I owe motor vehicle money. So it's kind of weird to me. But that little chip in my card, I usually throw my bank cards away, or cards that I don't want, like credit cards.
All right,
and
so
stuff.
Beb, listen, I'm just going to stop you right here, because don't get me wrong, but I just don't want you giving out your personal information like that over there.
I know what you're saying.
So, is there something particular about AI, though? Only particular about AI?
Is it particular about
Not
AI?
about your bank problem. Not about your bank problem.
No. Well, the AI, that's what I wanted to ask you guys. Does the AI affect what I'm going through?
It can, but we have to ask a whole lot of questions to really know. So don't worry about that. Let's get past that. Don't worry about it. I just don't want you to. I don't want to talk about nobody's banking or anything.
Yeah.
Nothing about banking.
But the AI, is it a spy tool? I guess that's what I want to know. Is it a spy tool?
That's a good way to put it. Exactly. Yes. It's a goddamn spy tool. It's a goddamn spy tool. You know, and the old timers said it best, and I have a lot of and old timers, yo, big up to you that listen to my program. It's a lot of people 65. Look, it's people 65 and older that listen to my podcast that's retired. Yo, they listen to the kid right here. They listen to me, and I'm 56. So big up to the old timers. But I remember the generation before me, the ones that are listening, largely a lot of them. Soon as the shit went to the computers, soon as the computer shit started coming out, they were like, nope, no. And now look where we're at. We at spy world with fucking computers. I mean, it's just, yes, it is a spy tool. And listen, I'm not saying that because I give a fuck about them watching me and these little commercials and all this shit. I don't give a fuck. That's why I'm doing my program. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing anything. I'm talking about information, you know. But here's the thing. I have enough sense in my brain to know that the level of information being collected on people is unethical. People should be worried in general. Everybody should be worried. Why? Because it breaches your privacy. That is creepy. And if the information gets into the wrong hands, someone that wants to hurt you, someone that doesn't like your political situation, someone that wants to hurt old people, rob old people, someone that wants to fucking harvest your fucking organs, someone that wants to do anything like that, yo, people should be really worried. Someone that wants to sex traffic your kids, somebody that wants to anything. It can be used for anything. That's the whole point in having privacy, so people can't stalk you, you know. And you know, seriously, like folks, it right now is really bad. Right now it is really bad. You go online, you order a goddamn washing machine like I did, and then the next 2-3 months I have to watch fucking the same washing machine. Hey, look at this sale. It's like, no. I only needed that one time. Now you keep suggesting me this shit. Who is suggesting it? And do people have access? Do human beings have access to this information, to this data that they're collecting about you through AI or through the internet or through? Yes. Human beings on the other side have access to your information. Now, what happens if all of a sudden the government doesn't like you? doesn't like your political party, doesn't like Waco, Texas? What happens when they don't like you gun owners? When they just decide you gun owners are a fucking nuisance? We're tired of you talking about your First and Second Amendment right. You're a fucking nuisance. Then what do you think they're going to use the information for? So I'm just saying, when it comes to freedom, that word freedom, people need to be highly concerned about this right now, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's too late. Tomorrow was when the old timers was saying computers. Oh shit. Like my pops. They was like, oh fuck no, I don't want a goddamn computer. My father was a fine artist. He didn't want a goddamn computer. You don't want a goddamn computer? You know what I'm saying? That generation is behind us now. Now we're dealing with the ones that want to spy on everything, collect every piece of information about everything. Yo, I'm just saying, Bev. Yeah. You want to say one more thing, Bev?
No, I was going to say, is it better now to just like, well, all stores are closing now. They're doing online here. So is it better to actually be able to go into a place, pick out what you want, and just pay for it cash?
I think it's better. I think it's right now, because they've taken it so far. I think what they're doing right now, to be honest with you, is they're going to have a backlash. And that backlash is going to be people not trusting institutions. Like, that's what I think. And yes, when you talk about cash, yeah, people are going to want cash. People are going to want to use cash, and people are going to want to know the people that they're buying things from directly. That's not going to be over the internet. They're going to be tired of these things. I mean, it's interesting how it got implemented and how it's been integrated into everyone's life, but it has done all the things that people feared it would do. It has closed down small businesses. It's made small businesses extinct. Yeah, it's made
it's closing malls. It's actually online businesses are closing malls.
It is taking control out of your hands. It is taking opportunity out. Whatever it is that's called freedom, it's removing it. Whatever gave you freedom before, it's removing it from your hands. Whatever freedom you have, it's removing it from your hands. I mean, that's my evaluation of it so far. Of course, I haven't.
It's designed to take money. It's actually designed to take money from you, because there was a store I wanted to go to was no longer there. You have to go online to order it, and they'll take returns and all of that other stuff.
Yeah, it's all computerized. You got to have it, yeah.
Big hassle now.
I think so, Yeah, Bev, I think so.
So you gotta use money, and I don't like to use money because I don't like to count.
It's all based on trust. If you abuse people's trust, it's all going to collapse. So, and that's the problem right there. It's already been integrated to a certain degree to where people can now judge its performance. You see what I mean? People couldn't really judge the performance before because they didn't have a chance to use it. You see what I'm saying? But now we're past that point. We've had these kind of things implemented for a generation pretty much. Even, pretty much, right? Electronic, transfers, wire transfers. We've had these conglomerate corporations at the same time getting bigger and bigger and bigger while the little person is being squeezed out, the little business is being squeezed out. I mean, it's just going to a pyramid now. The pyramid has revealed itself, and I think people are tired of that. Then you got to think about the flock cameras. That's why we got to continue, because then you got shit about the flock cameras. They're seeing you everywhere you go, every place you show up. It's like China. The U.S. talked about China doing that kind of shit like 20 years ago. Now it's us. And it's not a matter of whether you're committing a crime or not. No, it's a matter of, will you just being a member of a different political party be seen as a crime by your fucking government? That's where it's at now. And
it's not going to change.
And some of you are like thinking, well, I'm a Republican and fuck that. Let's do that right now. Don't worry about that, because it could be your ass next. Don't ever forget Bill Clinton, who was a Democrat. I'm not saying Waco and David Koresh weren't nutty, but they went after them. Yes, they did. You see what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people out there that are gun owners for whatever reason that have been talking about the government for a long time, trying to take their weapons. Well, let's see if you're part of the conversation now. Where'd you disappear? Probably.
Yeah.
Who knows? Not you. I'm not talking about you, Bev. I'm just saying those people that were worried about their freedom and the government before. If you're not worried now, then what the fuck were you talking about then? You know what I'm saying? But in any case, Bev, you want to say one more thing before we continue?
Yeah. I just wanted to say, because I was just thinking, there's certain entities, I won't say who, but now if you go to get something, you have to give out your banking information, and I constantly say no, I don't want it. So it's all designed. So what you're saying, it's like it's all designed to get. I guess I don't know. It's scary. It's scary to me.
It's too much. It's all designed for control. It's all designed for control.
It's too much information they want.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I feel.
Too much information. What the
too
fuck?
much information.
Yeah. I don't want everybody knowing where I'm going all the time, who I'm visiting all the time, what time I leave my house, what time I come home, this little stores I go stopping at. I don't want all that shit out there.
And they definitely know it. They definitely know it. So do you think we'll ever go back to like before when debit cards first came out? They didn't have a chip.
I think it's going to, I think if Americans, we is different. The EU has different standards, and people are having this conversation too, but they got a lot of more regulations in the US. So if the we is the United States of America and Americans, you have the least amount of standards for a Western country. The Americans need to be concerned about this shit and need to, if you ask me, put in massive amount of regulations. Otherwise, you're going to regret it. You're going to regret it.
Because I kind of see it because big financial institutions are closing up. They have 3 people. And everything, if you go online, you could do this. I can't do this for you. You have to go online to do it. Same thing when you go to motor vehicle. Everything is, you have to go online now. So the whole thing is we wanted the easy way out. It looks like not having to stand in lines, because the way the old banking situation was, you went into the bank, you took your money in the bank, you put it in, you took it out, whatever. And now they say it's easier for you to just go up to an ATM, but it's not.
No,
but anyway,
the computer's not a human. Computer's not a human.
So
all right, so let's continue.
Take the chip out? Do you ever think they'll take the chips out of the cards now?
I don't know about that. I don't think it just comes down to one thing though. I don't think it's that, but I think it comes down to something more comprehensive, being able to limit certain aspects of it. I think that's what it all comes down to, where the limitations going to be. And there have to be some limits. And I think it can work if you have regulations. But if you don't have enough regulations, then it's going to harm people. And whatever.
Are they researching this?
Whatever. Yeah.
I want to look it up.
Yeah, of course they are. But in any case, and I think that if they limit it and they look into it, do comprehensive research on it, like you were just suggesting, and they find the areas where it's harmful for humans, it needs to be restricted. It needs to be regulated, and then maybe it can be useful. But right now, I think it's hurting people more than it's helping. And the whole idea was that it's supposed to help, and anything that's hurting is supposed to be limited and restricted. And on top of that, you're supposed to do testing before you let shit out on the U.S. is literally the testing ground for all of this shit. It's literally the testing ground. The regulations that exist in the EU, you have to test that shit on your own before you even release it to the public. It's not even allowed to be released. You have to prove to the government through testing that it's ready, that it covers certain risk factors, And the U.S. has none of those. The U.S. is just like, well, test it, let it out there. Let's see what happens, how it performs. We want to be first. So let the people be the guinea pigs, and the people are the guinea pigs right now in the U.S. You know.
Yeah.
But all right, Bev. Let me continue
All
now.
right.
Let's continue.
Yeah,
But I think
go ahead.
I appreciate the questions. No doubt.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's continue.
Right. I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
not
All right. Bless.
All right.
All right. Now let's see here what casual finance says, because there is a financial side to this also. We saw a little bit of it, but let's go back to
You've
that.
seen the AI headlines. In fact, you've probably seen so many of them.
I appreciate everybody for tuning in also. All right, let's see here. Let's go.
You've seen the AI headlines. In fact, you've probably seen so many of them that the numbers have stopped meaning anything. Every week it's another 100 billion, another mega campus, another record. The numbers have gotten so big, they've stopped registering at all. They're just something you scroll past on Instagram, think, oh wow, and 3 seconds later, you're back to watching a guy make pasta. But we shouldn't be moving on so fast, because this year alone, big tech's on track to spend more than $700 billion building out AI. That's roughly 2.5 cents of every dollar the entire United States economy produces. The CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, is calling AI the largest infrastructure build-out in human history. But nobody's asking the question sitting right in front of our eyes. How are we actually paying for this shit? The answer to that starts with one number, $1.65 trillion. That's what one study found just 5 tech companies owe in obligations that never appear on their balance sheets. Meanwhile, the same 5 companies report about $1.35 trillion of debt on the books. So the hidden pile of debt is not only bigger than the visible one, it's much bigger. Take Meta, for example. Their off-balance sheet debt is nearly triple the reported debt. Moving that much money out of sight isn't a trick you can invent overnight. It takes a system, one with a name, and it's a name Wall Street has spent the last 2 decades trying very hard to forget. So we have to go back to the summer of 2007, right before the global financial crisis. An economist at PIMCO, one of the largest asset managers on earth, stands up at the Federal Reserve's annual symposium in Jackson Hole and gives a warning. His name is Paul McCulley, and he's growing increasingly scared of a second banking system that's growing in the dark. It's institutions that borrow like banks and lend like banks, but aren't banks. So no deposit insurance, no Fed safety net, and none of the regulation written for banks. McCulley gave it a name, the shadow banking system, which he describes as the whole alphabet soup of levered-up non-bank investment conduits, vehicles, and structures. Now, if non-bank conduits, vehicles, and structures sounds like word salad, here's the plain English version of how the shadow banking system works. Let's say we have a company called the Acme Corporation. They want to borrow a mountain of money, but they don't want the debt showing up on their own books. The solution is Acme creates a second company called a special purpose vehicle or special purpose entity. On paper, Acme and the SPV are completely separate. They have their own names, own bank accounts, and most importantly, their own debts. The SPV takes on a bunch of debt and uses that borrowed money to go out and buy the assets Acme needs. Then the SPV leases the assets back to Acme for them to use. The SPV borrows the money and owns the asset. Then the original company gets to use it without having the debt on their books. It's like,
I mean, this shit just sounds criminal. Isn't this what criminal enterprises do?
like opening a credit card in your cousin's name. You're the one swiping it. You're the one enjoying everything it buys. But when the bank asks about your debts, your answer is technically zero. In 2007, the shadow banking system was built on piles of mortgages. Today, it's data centers. The AI build-out runs on financing machinery from the same family that broke the world in 2008. But the shadows aren't where this story starts. They're where the money comes from when everywhere else runs out. And before we get to that, a quick pause. Because time is your most valuable asset. If you spend just 3 hours a day typing, going from 40 words per minute to 70 saves you roughly 50 minutes daily, more than 300 hours per year. But what if you could type at 220 words per minute? How much time could you get back then? Which brings us to the sponsor of today's video, Whisperflow. Whisperflow is a voice-to-text tool that actually works. I mean 30 days. Whisperflow is the same words stripped out my mistakes, handled the career, the link below, promo code AI2008. Which matters because the thing that needs the money right now is the largest infrastructure build-out in human history. No single source of money on Earth is deep enough to fund it alone, so big tech started knocking on every door that might have money behind it. But it started from the most obvious source, their own vaults. On the surface, these companies are the safest borrowers on Earth. According to PIMCO, the highest-rated names in this group carry net debt of just 0.04 times their earnings, the lowest of any sector in the United States. So the plan started off simple: let the cash machine pay for the build-out. But then the machine started getting eaten. For most of the last decade, these companies spent roughly 40 to 50 cents of every dollar of cash their businesses produced on capital expenditures, the formal name for reinvesting cash back into your business. This year, PIMCO estimates, that number hits 94 cents. That's tech companies running their entire cash engine to finance the AI build-out. So it's not the vault is funding the build-out anymore. It's the build-out is draining the vault. And when these companies ran out of cash to reinvest, they hit the bond markets at a pace we've never seen before. From 2020 to 2024, the 5 biggest hyperscalers issued on average $28 billion a year of bonds. In 2025, the same 5 biggest hyperscalers issued more than $100 billion, more than 4 times their average pace over the previous 5 years. Then 2026 happened. In just the first 5 months of this year, they've already issued another $159 billion, meaning, in 5 months, they borrowed more than they had in the entire previous 5 years combined. The technology sector now accounts for nearly 18% of the total U.S. investment-grade debt outstanding. It's gotten so out of control that the International Monetary Fund is now flagging it. Tobias Adrian, a senior official at the IMF and former senior vice president at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, laid it out simply. What is quite worrisome from a financial stability perspective is that the major tech firms are starting to leverage up themselves. And when the U.S. market got saturated with tech's debt, they went international. In February, Alphabet raised about $32 billion across 4 currencies in under 24 hours, including a 100-year bond that was roughly 10 times oversubscribed. Overnight, these companies became top bond issuers in currencies where they had 0 bonds a year earlier. A bond manager at Rathbones explained why. Big tech had to issue in all currencies, as the US dollar market, which is the largest credit market globally, can't absorb it. Which means the deepest capital market on earth cannot absorb, globally, can't absorb it.
I'm just going to go back here.
Including a 100-year bond that was roughly 10 times oversubscribed.
I want to see what countries they got that money or invested that money.
Alphabet raised about $32 billion across 4 currencies in under 24 hours.
Okay, that one right there. Let me just look that up. Two seconds. Let me just see what comes up here. Yes. Okay. Well, Sleek, Tweet, Count, Alphabet, Google. Right now, that's Google's parent company. Raised approximately. Now, let me see here. I'm going to pull this up for people to see, so you can actually see what I'm actually reading from here. Let's see here. Boom. Now it says. Oh, wait a second. Get that out of the way. Slight tweak on the account. Right, Alphabet, Google's parent company, did raise approximately $32 billion in debt over a 24-hour period in February 2026, but it tapped 3 countries across major international markets, then 4. So 3, okay. Here's how that massive record-breaking bond offering broke down. 32, okay, let me read from over here. 32 billion breakdown. Instead of relying on a single market, Alphabet split the debt sales across multiple global financial hubs to avoid overwhelming any single credit market. Okay, so that was the US dollar, that's 20 billion. British pound, 5.5 billion, that's 7.5 US dollars. Swiss franc, that is 3.9 billion US dollars, right? Okay, so it's from those 3. All right, so now let's continue.
Including a 100-year bond that was roughly 10 times oversubscribed. Overnight, these companies became top bond issuers in currencies where they had 0 bonds a year earlier. A bond manager at Rathbones explained why. Big tech had to issue in all currencies, as the US dollar market, which is the largest credit market globally, can't absorb it. Which means the deepest capital market on earth cannot absorb what these tech companies need, which forced them to look somewhere else. And somewhere else...
And listen, y'all. That 100 billion, that 100-year bond is in British pounds. British pounds. Yeah. Just so folks know. Yeah. why Sterling Alphabet specifically chose UK credit market for the Century bond, because UK pension funds and life insurance companies actively look for ultra long duration assets to match their long-term liabilities. So there's the UK, and notice the UK is now part of the EU. I'm just saying,
is where this story stops being normal, because you can only issue so much debt on your books. Which brings us back to the special purpose vehicle and the shadow banking system from earlier. The main difference between 2008 and today is that the shadow banking system today is hiding in plain sight. Everyone's missing it because of where it lives. It's buried in the footnotes of public filings, and the only people who read footnotes are finance geeks. Well, and me. If you open the footnotes, the first thing you notice is that it's crowded down there. I could read out names and numbers for an hour, and you'd be no closer to understanding how any of it works. So instead, we'll zoom in on one deal, the biggest ever done, the blueprint every deal after it copied, the largest project financing ever completed as an investment-grade bond, $27 billion, all riding on a special purpose vehicle named after a New Orleans fried pastry. The company is called Beignet Investor. It's the exact shadow banking machine from earlier running live. It exists for exactly one purpose: to own a data center campus called Hyperion, a multi-gigawatt site in Richland Parish, rural Louisiana. And Hyperion is a Meta project. Meta announced it, Meta designs it, Meta builds it, Meta operates it. Meta is the only tenant it will ever have. But the $27 billion of debt that built the Hyperion data center campus belongs to the pastry. Here's how it works. Blue Owl Capital, a private investment firm, creates the special purpose vehicle called Beignet Investor and puts up 80% of the equity. Meta takes the other 20% and signs on as the building's only tenant. Then the pastry goes borrowing. Beignet issues $27.3 billion of investment-grade bonds. The bondholders, who are some of the biggest money managers on Earth, like BlackRock and PIMCO, wire in the cash. Beignet takes that cash and builds Hyperion. Then the final step, Meta moves in and pays rent. And that rent is what pays the bondholders back year after year all the way to 2049. So it's Meta's data center, Meta's machines, Meta's engineers inside it. But Meta legally owns just 20% of it, while Blue Owl owns the other 80%. Why?
I mean, this leads to so many other questions, just that in Meta and BlackRock together. I mean, okay.
It's because of a single phrase in the accounting rules. At 20%, Meta is not the primary beneficiary of the venture. And if you're not the primary beneficiary, the venture's $27 billion of debt is not your debt. So it vanishes from your balance sheet, legally. But there's also more hiding in the fine print of Meta's own filings. On page 106 of Meta's annual report, one sentence hidden at the bottom reads, "We have provided residual value guarantees with an aggregate threshold of approximately $28 billion that decreases over time." If that means nothing to you, don't worry. I had to read it 4 times before it landed. It basically just means Meta's guaranteeing the building. If Meta ever walks away and Hyperion is worth less than a guaranteed floor, Meta writes the check for the difference. Say the campus drops to $20 billion against the $28 billion floor. Meta now has to write an $8 billion check to make the bondholders whole. So to Wall Street, Meta gets to say, "We don't own it. We didn't borrow the $27 billion. This isn't our liability." To the bondholders, Meta gets to say, "Don't worry. If this thing loses value when we leave, we've got you covered for up to $28 billion. It's the same thing, but Meta's able to sell 2 different stories. Then there's the cherry on top. The bonds issued by Beignet to finance the build-out of Hyperion run to 2049. But Meta's lease doesn't even start until 2029, and it renews in 4-year chunks. So it's a 24-year loan, resting on a 4-year lease. And remember what this building is? It's a hyper-customized supercomputing site built around Meta's own hardware in rural Louisiana. So if Meta ever walks, the bondholders are left holding a very large, very specific building for the next 2 decades. But Beignet didn't stay as a one-off deal. It became a template. Let me introduce you to Project Sopapilla. And no, that's not a joke. Last week, BlackRock started marketing the sequel to Project Beignet, Project Sopapilla. More than $12 billion of bonds for Meta's newest 1-gigawatt AI data center in El Paso, Texas, with JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley running the sale. Same structure, same 80-20 split, but different pastry. On their own, 2 deals is just 2 deals. It doesn't prove much. But what's scary is the 9-month trend that followed. Estimates show the whole off-book pile of debt across the 5 companies has grown roughly 8 times over since 2022. The law firm Quinn Emanuel counted more than $120 billion moved off balance sheets in under 2 years. Moody's found big tech signed legal contracts pledging nearly $1 trillion for future AI data center leases. But over $660 billion of those obligations is completely invisible on their main balance sheets today. Morgan Stanley's estimates put the total off-balance sheet exposure across the industry at roughly $1.8 trillion. So it's not just Meta, we're seeing it across the tech industry. And here's what makes this a deeper, systemic problem. It's the same small club of lenders on every deal. When 5 borrowers use one structure funded by one handful of lenders, the risk stops being diversifiable. It's the same bet, written 5 times. The last 2 times, a financing structure standardized this fast across an entire industry were telecom vendor financing from 1998 to 2000 and mortgage securitization from 2004 to 2007. A lawyer at Quinn Emanuel, a man who spent years on the litigation that followed 2008, described watching this unfold with 2 words: déjà vu. So there's the answer to the question we opened with: how is the largest infrastructure build-out in human history being paid for? First with cash, until the machines started eating 94 cents of every dollar. Then with bonds, until the deepest capital market on earth couldn't absorb them. Then now in the footnotes, where the hidden pile of debt has quietly outgrown the public-facing balance sheet totals. So where does that leave us? Honestly, I've spent weeks inside these filings, and I have no idea how this ends. The story gets crazier every week. But I can tell you what has to go right, because this isn't really an investment anymore. It's the largest bet in history, and the bet has 4 legs. First, the revenue has to multiply. Not grow, multiply. AI revenue is estimated at around $110 billion a year, against more than $700 billion of spending. Second, the returns have to stop shrinking. By one industry analysis, the return on every new dollar the cloud giants invest has already slid from around 40% toward 20%, with projections pointing toward 10% if the spending keeps up. Third, the borrowing window has to stay open. Morgan Stanley tallies the build-out at roughly $2.9 trillion through 2028. The company's own cash flows cover about $1.4 trillion of it, which leaves a $1.5 trillion hole between the plan and the money. And fourth, the grid has to absorb all of it, and the largest power market in America is already pinned at its price cap. But that's a story for a different day, and if you want me to go into this horror story, drop a comment, and I will. None of this AI stuff is a secret. It's just hiding in public filings, auction records, and analyst reports. The stuff nobody reads, except the nerds in Patagonia vest. And that's what this channel is. I do all the reading, and you get all the parts that matter. If that's worth something to you, hit subscribe.
Yeah, that's why I started off with the other aspects, the more exciting parts. But in any case, I'm learning a little something more than what I did know, and that's the whole point of me doing this. I don't claim to know everything that's not what my podcast is about. My podcast is about asking questions and getting other people to hop up that say they have some insight on the matter. So, but in line with this particular thing, I wanted to look and see how much, since we heard that the UK has a 100-year bond thing with the US on some AI, right? I wanted to see what exposure the EU had, right? So I went ahead and looked that up, and it says all European countries have some investments in American AI in the S&P, right? 500. Now let me see here, Michael. You here? Good. But here it says European pension funds. Let me see, European pension funds. Can y'all see this? Right, here we go. European pensions funds through index tracking, active equities and global assets management. There's no single exact head count of individual funds. However, from a practical standpoint, the vast majority of EU's thousands of pension funds and institutional managers have significant financial exposure, right, to US AI through a broad equity index, global mutual funds, and direct holdings. U.S. tech and AI infrastructure form a substantial part of Europeans' pension portfolios. So here's another fact. Universal exposure through global benchmarks. Most major European pension funds, including giant public and occupational funds in the Netherlands like APB, PFZW, Scandinavia, like Sweden's AP fund or Denmark's ATP. That's what, you see that if you work in Denmark, even if you don't work, I think I'm not sure, but you will see this on your taxes being deducted as part of that. If you work it, part of your earnings go into your pension, right? It may be more than one. It depends on what industry you work in. But in Germany, benchmark their equity portfolios against global indexes like the MSCI World Index and the S&P, right? So because massive U.S. AI tech leaders, the Magnificent Seven, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Alphabet, right, that's Google, Apple, Meta, Amazon, and Tesla, make up a disproportionately large share of the global stock market capitalization. Almost any European pension fund holding global equities automatically holds U.S. AI exposure. Allocation, trends in European funds. Data from European Securities and Market Authorities, ESMA, and market research highlight the extent of the link. Doubling exposure. EU investment and pension funds increased their portfolio allocations to AI-driven companies, primarily U.S.-based hyperscalers and chip makers, from 9% to over 14% of equity portfolio in recent years. I wonder what years that is. Valuation growth. Because U.S. tech stocks soared on AI spending, the total market values of these AI positions in European fund portfolios effectively doubled. Now, let me just read that one more time. Valuation, because U.S. tech stocks soared on AI spending, right? The total market value of these AI positions in European fund portfolios effectively doubled. Okay, so they doubled. What does that mean? That means they doubled their profits, right? Okay, so that was with their initial investment, I guess you could say, right? It sounds like that to me. Let me know in the chat if you read that differently. Now, growing caution.
They've continued to invest because of the funneling of money.
Yeah, you think so? I'm guessing this is not talking about this year. That's what I'm guessing. But yeah, it could be what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. It could be that. Right. Well, that's what we're reading. Something to what you're saying. I'm just guessing that it seems dated here. But in any case, now it says there's growing caution among pension managers. What? Because I remember Denmark, they got rid of a lot of investment, in terms of the pension, because they took a hit before. They took a hit when Trump came because of tariffs and stuff like that. So I don't know if AI was connected to any of those tariffs. But in any case. Yeah, we will look. Let's look into that or have a conversation about that. Growing caution among pension managers. While exposure remains high, European pension fund executives have voiced growing debate over the U.S. AI ties. AI bubble concerns. This is why I thought this was interesting also. So, AI bubble concerns. Surveys of European institutional investors reveal that a majority worry about an AI software valuation bubble. That means, profit or, value. And heavy capital spending by U.S. tech giants. So they're concerned about that somewhat. Risk diversification, right? Because is it sustainable? What goes up? If it goes up too fast, will it come down fast? Okay. Risk diversification and ESG. A subset of European pension funds, particularly in the Scandinavia and the Netherlands, have periodically trimmed U.S. tech allocations or reassessed their U.S. exposure due to political, tax, or ESG-related concerns, choosing to rebalance into European infrastructure or defense assets instead. Okay. Rather than a handful of specialized funds, virtually every major pension manager across 27 EU member states is tied to U.S. AI, though global equity allocations making U.S. AI performance a major factor in European retirement savings. So this is something to keep an eye on for Europeans also. And obviously, the government is concerned. They've been looking into it. But Mike, what did you want to say about that? What do you find interesting here in what we've just been viewing?
Well, I think when it comes to the debt and how they're carrying it, the reason why it's a big deal is because that doesn't necessarily reflect on its balance sheet, right? I think it takes obviously independent investigations.
So the value can look higher than the debt is actually.
Well, it's not priced in, right?
But
So
the debt can be higher than the value. Is that what that means?
Yes. Not necessarily, but what it means is that the debt isn't tied into the value. So let's say you value the company at 8 billion, right? And they have, 3 billion in debt. You're not going to completely value that, right? The value of the company is 5 billion, right? But with them being able to tie it away from their company and not necessarily,
if you factor in the debt, it's worth less.
Yes.
Is that an easy way to say it? Yeah, just so everybody understands, right? If you it's kind of like the U.S. dollar. The U.S. dollar looks pretty strong, but if you factor in the debt, maybe you won't think exactly the same. You won't have the same outlook.
And the reason why we don't obviously factor in the debt when it comes to the dollar is because we essentially have, like, it's going to perpetually go on, right? These companies most definitely won't. Right, we'll see them change in terms of who are the leaders, and and that's what it means to consolidate, right? So we have a handful amount of players, but as we start going forward, the big players are going to narrow out as to who's more successful, depending on how and what AI companies directly they're tied to, right? And so you see every major search engine with an AI, right? And that's not going to be the case going forward. Now, it would be less concerning if, the handful of search engines were using the same AI, right? But the fact that we see them all trying to use their own version through, an AI company, either of their own or the major ones that do exist, that's gonna change. That's gonna consolidate as we go forward. It's going to refine who does what AI companies do what, right? Like, for instance, you have Anthropic, right? Anthropic mainly deals with government, right? Government related issues. Obviously that leads back to like war and that type of intelligence. So that's kind of specified. So when we look at someone like Anthropic, they may have more of a solid footing in the game than some of these other AI companies, right? But all of the AI companies are dependent on chip production and processing power going forward, right? If we hit a limit in what the advancements of these chips can look like or will look like, that's a bigger concern, because now we've already put the money in, assuming that processing power is going to continuously increase, leading to AI continuously increasing, which so far we're seeing that slow down drastically. And that's why the concerns of the bubble are coming forward, right? The chips themselves that are used in these data processing plants aren't necessarily continually gaining the ground that's where the initial investments continue to be happening, right? We kept investing, hoping that if we put enough money towards it, that these chip makers like NVIDIA and AMD would continue to increase and have innovation towards their chip processing power, right? And that's where we're seeing the main slowdown. So if we're seeing the slowdown there, that trickles down to the AI companies, right, who are developing the technology that is using these chips. And we're already seeing that we've already placed way too much money in the projection of both AI and the chip makers. And that's essentially the warning of the AI bubble.
Okay. Yeah. And okay. And I'm curious, because obviously people with major pension companies like the EU that have some sort of investments in this tech, right? They're going to want to pull out before something sinks, right? They're not going to wait for the shit to just, like, they're not die hard. They're not going to be in it like the American consumer, obviously, or
hopefully,
right?
Hopefully, right?
Yeah,
because
they're not.
What they're doing now is this is where capitalism overall comes into play. That's where the greed comes in, right? The opportunity to not miss the next major rally in these AI stocks is what they don't want, right? They would be upset if this AI bubble continues to grow even more, but they pulled out early, even if that bubble does pop. And that's the thing with bubbles. It's just hard to predict exactly when the bubble will pop.
Right.
And that's where the harm comes from, right? So, yes, they're going to, like, obviously we know that they're continuing to be funded, right? And they're continuing to take on this debt that isn't intrinsically tied directly to these companies, right? Even though they have, a handful of lenders who are doing it for these AI companies, it's the potential pop, right? But they're hoping that, you're going to have, just countries in general, it's hard to time because they don't want to lose the profits that are going to continue to be made in these AI companies, right? Because there will still be profits to be made. We just can't time bubbles. We have a horrible timing of the bubble. It was the same thing with the telecommunications, with the .com, and with the housing crisis. They all knew that these things existed. It's not like they had no clue, right? I think people are under the assumption that, oh my God, we got caught off guard. No, we didn't, right? They were looking at the profit. They were looking at the gains, and were like, "Yes, let's ride." Until
Now check this out.
And it was it.
Just to give a clue, right? Just to give an idea of how invested, because we heard that they are invested, and we heard pension companies are, but this is the extent of the EU economy. Just so people know, right? Obviously, blah blah blah. There's no single chart you can view, so they have to compile different charts. However, economic data from the Eurostat, right, the IMF, and the major financial institutions show how deeply the EU economy is intertwined with the American artificial intelligence across three distinct dimensions: corporate adoption and operations. Private corporations, 20 to 55%, depending on what corporation you're talking about, right? Here we go. 20% of all EU enterprises with 10 plus employees utilizing AI in their day-to-day operations, and the vast majority of those software models enterprise cloud. But okay, so between 20 to 55. So some have higher exposure, some have less, right? Cloud backbones, and they've been talking about this too, building, their own cloud infrastructure and this kind of stuff, financial transaction systems, right? They do have a law. The EU does have a law where they're set to take out something like 150 EU users from the financial transaction systems of the US, right? So they have a timeline set for that. But we covered that before. But let me see here. It says enterprise cloud backbone foundation tools are licensed directly from the, so they're moving out of this stuff. You could say slowly, but as quick as possible. And obviously that's not going to happen if they're not developing their own. So I have a few EU stocks that are in, cloud services over here. Some of the biggest ones I think is some cooperation between Germany, is it France, and the Scandinavian, one of them. But in any case, I can't remember offhand. But now the larger EU enterprises that adoption rate jumps to 55%, showing that Europe's largest corporations heavily depend on U.S. AI infrastructure to run operations, performance analytics, and automate workflows. Now back to pension. Pension is 14%. So when it comes to retirement funds and things like that, the EU is less. They're less invested in that. So here we go. Venture growth capital across.
Less exposed.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said they're less exposed when it comes.
Yeah, they're
to
less
their
exposed.
pensions.
Yeah. The pensions, and they had some concerns. I remember as soon as Trump came in office and the tariffs hit, they started pulling back on the pensions in the U.S. in a lot of different ways. But here it says portfolio allocation data from European Securities and Markets Authorities, ESMA, indicates that the EU pension and investment funds hold over 14% of their total equity portfolios directly in AI-driven companies, the overwhelming majority of which are U.S. mega caps such as NVIDIA, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Meta. Yeah, I'm going to rethink that too, because I'm going to go back in this video and see how those are structured in the chain, right? But yeah, I'm sure you know better than me. You were just discussing it. But venture and growth capital across Europe, stage AI startups funding around 250 million. Over 70% of the private capital comes from the U.S. venture capital and private equity firms. So that's 25 million, and 75% of that. Okay, so that's startups, right? AI startups. venture and growth, right? Across EU, late stage AI startups funding rounds over 25 million. 70% of that is from private capital that comes out of the US. So the US has been investing in private startups in the EU. Right now, U.S. venture capital and private equity firms leaving Europe's domestic tech ecosystem, heavily relying on American investment flows. Okay, now here's another data point. Total GDP and economic output 1.5 to 2% when measuring direct capital expenditure and value added, according to UBS and IMF economic data analysts. Direct AI investments, hardware, software, data assets, and integration account for 1.8 to 1.9 of total EU GDP. That's another interesting data point. 337 billion. Okay, now so that's what 1.8. That's what 1.8 to 1.9 equals, right? Of the EU GDP is 337 billion. Okay. Now, because Europe produces very few domestic frontier AI models and advanced AI chips, more than 2/3 of that economic spending flows directly to U.S. hardware makers. Yo, this is set to change, and I think it all sets with the EU taking a different approach. They're working on the data centers being functioning on renewable energy before they implement them. And I think when that happens, things might look different, but you don't know. I mean, U.S. policy doesn't always change in every way, right? Because obviously the next administration is not going to want to make the U.S. broke. Is going to want to make amendments to make it sustainable and make it safe, right? And also for its allies, because it doesn't want to chase allies who are invested in the U.S. away from American corporations, right? So regulation is going to come, and you're just going to lose people, right, from investing in U.S. tech. Now, okay, so let's go back to this. Now, you wanted to say one more thing, Michael, on that?
I think what the bigger lesson is that we live in a global economy, right? And with the U.S. being the leader in that global economy, you're always going to find ties right back to either the funding of capital or the investment in the companies who are already established, right? So even when you're reviewing those data points, right, the exposure even on the EU side is more on the debt side, right? Where their startups, they're funding similar startups to the ones in the US, right? So expect to create, for the EU to create their own Anthropic, right? Their own open AI company, right? Because what follows next is the data centers, right? Once they have the AI companies, now comes the data centers, right? Now that they have the venture capital money,
I don't think they want it because I'm not too sure about the order though, because you're dealing with energy costs, and you see what I mean. So the U.S. chose that model. Right?
You have to understand.
Go ahead.
When these AI companies are funded, right, and it's the same thing that's happening in the U.S.
Yeah.
The infrastructure and the grid that exists now comes along with that comes along with the cost in building the data centers. Right. So tomorrow if they build it, wherever in Texas.
So they go hand in hand, basically.
Yes. Yeah. Because that kind of so that kind of fast forwards the infrastructure as well, because the companies, instead of the state or the federal government, are now taking it on their responsibility to build and improve that grid to be able to power these AI data centers. The same thing is going to happen in the EU, right? Once these AI companies come to an existence and they come into an agreement and say, hey, you know what? We want to build a data center here. They're going to take the cost, or they're going to come into an agreement with whatever EU country exists and try to fast forward what that infrastructure looks like to direct the energy to these AI data centers. The only extra loophole is going to be the additional cost and increase of cost of electricity to the people in the vicinity or nearby to those data centers, right? Because now electricity is going to become more expensive because more electricity is being used, right? So that's essentially why a lot of these states like the red states, you obviously, with the exception of California in terms of Silicon Valley,
Look at this, bro.
are
It's
being
not
utilized. Go ahead.
It's non-negotiable in the EU law. So they have set, it's non-negotiable. It says European Union has made a renewable energy efficiency and waste heat recovery non-negotiable prerequisite for integrating its own domestic AI and expanding data center infrastructure. So
Yeah, it's going to innovate
yeah,
how they generate the energy,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
But it's the main source of the energy will always be from a grid. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
It may not be as heavily reliant, and obviously they'll have a certain percentage of it in terms of it being renewable,
Mm-hmm.
right? But the overall infrastructure of it is going to be directed from a grid, which the AI companies are essentially going to fund, because that's
Yeah.
where most of the money is being spent.
Yeah, they're
when these
funding
AI
it.
companies are going.
They're funding it, but they have to meet the EU standards, before they
Oh
get
no,
licensed. But
I'm sure about that,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
But
yeah.
expect lobby money to exist.
It's
right?
it's interesting. It's interesting because they don't have these requirements in the U.S. The EU is able to sit back and see how it's going in the U.S. Then they're looking at Americans investing in creating and expanding AI in the EU, and yet their laws already have this as a prerequisite.
Yeah, I mean they have more stronger environmental laws than the U.S. At least, obviously, right? Especially without the passing, especially with this administration who has deregulated a lot, right? So yeah, we're definitely going to see a different type of data center in terms of how much it'll draw from some of these electric grids, right? Because a percentage of it, may that be 20-30% of that energy is going to be renewable.
Look
right?
at this, bro.
Because that's where it's incentivized. Go ahead.
Yeah, look at this. Mandatory circular energy waste heat reuse. That's already mandatory in EU law.
Yeah, because that's going to generate the renewable energy, right? Like that's essentially how they're going to manage with offsetting the power taken from the grid, right? So let's say the grid's at 100%, right? Whatever the goal is in terms of the specifics from the EU, let's just give an arbitrary number, 20-30%. 20-30% has to be in the form of renewable in order for them to give the go for these AI data centers to exist, right? Because that's part of the regulation. That's kind of how the regulation would go, right? But that's a whole lot more than what we're doing here in the US, where that also increases the time that these data centers can be built in, right?
Right.
So here in the US, the reason why we're able to build these data centers so fast is because
no
we're just
regulation.
using no regulation with no renewables, right?
Yeah.
We're just popping them down. They're paying for
The
the
US is a
infrastructure.
fucking it's a wasteland. It's a waste testing ground for everybody else, bro. Like
yeah, but it's what happens when capitalism runs stuff, right?
It's sad,
Money
bro.
talks, right?
It's
And as long
fucking
as they're being funded, they're going to continue to get the go ahead, right? And I think what's bigger to think about is, seeing how this money now, these venture capital money, leaps into lobby money in the EU, right? Because when we speak about the EU, right, the EU is not one country.
No.
Right? The EU is not one country. It is multiple different countries.
Yeah.
Right? And so when we see AI hit there, we have to look at what countries they go to, right? How those countries regulate them.
How it's implemented on the ground. If they're part of the EU, they have to follow the EU standards. But part of that is they have their own way. They just have to follow the EU standard. It doesn't mean they have to do it the same.
Exactly.
The
right?
same
And
way.
it will look different.
It might look different, right?
These are all EU agree to things, but they're all separate countries, right? They're all separate countries, ran their own way, ran with their own government, right? So considering where these venture capital companies or AI companies do pop up, right? And where they're lobbying to put these data centers, right? Would effectively, that's going to be interesting to look at, right? Because they're going to be able to, obviously what comes along with this venture capital money comes lobbying money, right? To lobby against less regulation or faster time building for these data centers, because it is twofold. At the end of the day, it's still twofold, and we have to remember that. Regardless, it is more than just the US and EU, and EU does not want to fall behind because there's also China, there's also Russia, right? There's other major players aside from the EU that exist when it comes to data centers and AI. And if the EU doesn't want to fall behind, they need data centers to obviously contribute to this AI race, right? So we have to expect that the EU is going to try to find ways. Some of these EU countries are going to try to find ways to expedite that, right? We don't know how that'll look, but that's obviously going to look different in the EU. But we want to know which countries are going to try to expedite that, because you can imagine the first countries to have some of these data centers are going to have an advantage, because that's where these venture capital EU AI companies are going to be, right? Wherever the data centers are going to follow the companies, right? Wherever the companies are going to follow money, right? And also innovation, right? So you're going to have a race between, remember, the US is one country, the EU's not. That's what I keep saying, right?
Here are the places. I think these companies came up before in another conversation that we had prior. I think it's these are the companies right here. I did say France. I remember right. It's OVH Cloud. If anybody wants to invest in any of these companies, so here they are. They're dealing with cloud services and also digital transactions. The EU, they already have a goal of removing like 150 million EU users from US digital transaction and cloud services, right? Because a lot of EU citizens like myself, we use American cloud services. When we use Gemini, we're using that, things like that. So these things kind of go hand in hand. But you see here is OVH Cloud, largest domestic cloud provider. They built their own server hardware design, own energy efficient data centers, and pioneer water cooling technology long before the recent AI boom. So you don't hear a lot about these companies. Data4 France in the American market, right? Data4 France, a major European data center developer, operator managing large-scale campuses across France, Italy, Poland, Germany. They're investing billions into expanding AI density facilities built around net zero standards. So they sound like they're in experimentation levels, right? But they're doing it according to the EU requirements. Their development. Hetzner, Germany. Again, folks should look into this if you're into, investing. One of Europe's largest independent data center operators. So they're already running high density facilities in Germany and Finland that cater heavily to European tech developers and AI startups. Main Cubes. It's because a lot of the EU companies are considered middle powers. The EU is considered a middle power itself, right? So people don't always look to them first, but these middle power countries are starting to become more than just middle, because they are, the EU itself is 450 million people. Second largest economy on earth. It's about, I think they're in talks with Canada about integrating Canada into the EU also. Somehow. But in any case, and then that's Main Cubes in Germany, and then there's North Sea, Netherlands. So it's just something to look out for. But go ahead, Eric. Go ahead. Just on that line. Yeah, you were saying that they're not going to want to fall too far behind, right? That's what I was looking at here. Like, they must already be developing something, right? I mean, not Eric. I'm sorry, Michael. Damn. Sorry about that.
These things are already in the works, right? So it's obviously interesting to see, which countries, obviously the ones that you've mentioned, that already technically have maybe a better infrastructure as well, that could lead to AI data centers. But also the AI data centers are going to be much smaller, right? Again, when we look at the difference in landmass of the U.S. as one country, right? Because we're one big big country. We're one really big country.
True.
You know, in comparison to the EU, right? A lot of these data centers are going to be much smaller, so they would have to be much more efficient in how they run in combination with the regulations, right? They
Yeah.
would have to be much more efficient.
The
in
regulations
comparison
mean
to the
even
US.
more, in a way.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. They'd have to be more efficient in terms of energy consumption,
Yeah.
right?
Mm.
Whether they operate at net zero or close to net zero
Mm-hmm.
is interesting to see how that will happen, right? How that develops, right? Because that's also going to lead to increased cost, right? Into how they're built, right? So it's just overall interesting to see the difference, right? But the race is getting there. No one country wants to be behind when it comes to data centers because data centers isn't exclusive to the US, right? We don't have those numbers. I mean, we do have certain numbers, maybe not full numbers, but we do have a good amount of numbers of what that looks like in China and Russia, right? But that also right now we have to understand that this is the AI race, right? And no country wants to be left behind. And so it's just going to be very interesting. I'm sure, obviously, by default, they'll be smaller and more energy efficient due to the obvious regulations you pointed out.
Right.
But it's going to be interesting to see what countries, because essentially once these AI data centers are built, you know, the EU, now the neighboring countries may opt to not necessarily have, the smaller economies may opt out to maybe not necessarily have these data centers built there, depending on size and infrastructure, but they may be now dependent on another EU country like a Germany, or, you know, if it's nearby, to have those data centers, right? Maybe those neighboring countries now fund those data centers, right? Or fund the companies building those data centers so they can also participate in what the functions of those data centers look like, right? Because they're just close to in proximity, but they may not be able to infrastructurally handle their own data center, right? And there's a reason why, you know, Germany's one of the bigger EU land masses, right? So it's not a coincidence that we're seeing that alongside these tech companies, the larger EU companies, I mean, the larger EU countries are the ones who are housing some of these starting data centers, right? So it's just interesting to see how that plays out in the future, and what that looks like for the future of the EU, right? And because the reason why I say that as well is because it ties right back into the stock market, right? The less the EU is able to build these data centers that are efficient and functioning, the more they will continue to invest in the AI companies here in the US, right? From the stock market perspective, right? That's going to continuously, intrinsically tie them right back to this stock market. So if they can't necessarily, you know, build a certain amount or just the amount that they want in order to be competitive, to even tie it back to the market, they'll still invest in the companies in the US that are building these data centers and, you know, that are these AI companies and chip makers. But yeah.
Right. Yeah, I hear you, man. Well, that's a lot of information. I hope people will be able to keep up with it. You know, we're doing this podcast today just to kind of cover some ground that maybe there's a lot of people that are unaware of. You know, I don't cover AI too much. I mean, and we're all interested in different reasons, right? There's the economic side, which is the bubble that people are concerned about. Obviously, the EU's looking into that. They're concerned. Everybody, if you invest, you should be concerned about a potential bubble. That goes without saying, right? If you've been investing in, you know, the stock market goes up, it goes down. Some go up and crash. Others go up in a sustainable level, you know, and others will continue because they have some deeper purpose for everyone. You know, like gold, folks are going to be trading gold for a while because it's a fallback currency when economies get hit, these kind of things. But the other thing that really has me concerned as an American, and I live in the EU, is that there's different security. There's different regulations on how much you can implement security concerns. Different regulations on how much you can implement. The EU has more privacy control than the U.S. has right now. The U.S. is using a lot more of this stuff, technology, just openly right now, and without too many regulations, whether it's environmental, whether it's privacy, and the economic. Damn, we almost have a loop. A little loop investment chain going on. One company invests in the other loans money to another. Then that one loans it to another company. Then the other company loans it to that company. And now that company that originally loaned the money is getting a loan itself or getting an investment itself, like a circular type of thing that seems people, experts, economic analysts have been talking about this for a year now in terms of the AI potential bubble in the U.S. So it's up to you. What you do about it. I'm not heavily invested in AI at all. I don't follow a lot, certain kind of things I just don't touch. Oil. A lot of people would touch oil. You would have made a lot of money. I don't touch oil. AI. I'm not even into any AI investment myself. I'm into some other things. AI. Wait a second. I have to take that back. EU development. I like to get in on things early, not late. So that's why I'm not investing in Google. That's why I'm not investing in a lot of the American things, because they were early. I'm more interested in what's going on in the EU because I know they got 100 million more people than the U.S. has, and their development is at a different stage. So that's what I'm more looking into. So I did look into a few of these French companies, and I did buy some stock, and still have it actually in this UV. What is it called? I don't even follow it because I know it's an early investment. I know in time it will show results. But let me see here. What was the company called? Boom. Oh, here it is. I'm coming up on it now. Yeah, OVH. Sorry about that. OVH Cloud. Right. And then there's one more. I have some. It's digital transactions company that is out of the Scandinavian and partner with another EU company. But they're behind a transaction service that's pretty popular in the EU. But in any case, no matter what part concerns you, this program is for you. I hope you've been learning something. Those of you that don't follow it, those of you that come to see it. Obviously, a lot of people in the chat, they know a lot about this kind of stuff. Maybe a lot of people have been looking into this stuff more than me. I haven't been following it, but I have my points where I chime in on things, and I'm an American that lives outside of the United States. So, but this shit about the security and the surveillance is really what gets me. Yes, as a humanitarian, I'm concerned about the effects that it's having on the water, on human life. That should be concerning for anybody, especially if you live in the U.S. You should be concerned about that. Like your life. Your health is irreplaceable. You can get money back. You can't get back your health. You can't get back your health. That's like, to me, that seems like something everyone should agree on. Everybody should agree on. And I think if you agree about people's health, somehow these corporations will find a way to become more sustainable. And in terms of that, they won't be so worried about how fast they do it. And then there's another point here before we go on. I mean, I don't know how many of you caught this, but a lot of the American companies, they're also invested in the EU and following the EU's protocols, which involve environment, sustainability. I mean, ain't that a blip? I mean, don't have those regulations in the U.S., but they're willing to play ball to get access into a different market. Just think about that. What does that mean? I don't know. You tell me. So, all right, now let's go on. Let's continue. We're almost there. We're at 2 hours. We're at 3 hours now. We got 1 hour to go, folks. And this is going to be a doozy this last hour. So pay attention. Let's go, y'all. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. It's going to help more people that need to be informed. Maybe not you, but somebody else that you've been trying to get. You might cross over on the internet. You've been trying to get them to catch up to where you are. Click the like button so they can find the stream. It's going to help them find the stream. More people that watch other programs that you do too. So it's going to help everybody stay up on the information. Now,
Logan, what do you
let's do it. Let's continue.
About this?
This is the week in startup clips. Talk about startups, all right? So here we go.
Open source movement. You had so many people trying to capture the agent opportunity, the co-work opportunity. And then you have just coming around the bend from the outside, this dark horse, this OpenClaw project. And it is the one that took the crown. While the king was looking down, the jester stole his thorny crown. Like, this is it, right? Like, how did this happen? And what impact do you think it has on the marketplace as investors?
Yeah, so we actually passed on the proprietary LLMs, which I'll call a anti-portfolio at this point. But our view was that open source was going to meaningfully catch up and close the gap around intelligence, speed, and price, right? And you've seen compression and the closing of that gap, and particularly with Claude, as well as players like a Gemini, like a Meta, et cetera, investing heavily into providing these capabilities out into the market. And then you've got all of the China-based players as well emerging. And our view is that now you're seeing Claude and certainly OpenAI start to produce at the app layer. They always said, look, we're going to be the chassis. You guys go build on top of it, and we'll stick to our knitting. Now you're seeing them need to monetize on applications, and suddenly, whenever Claude announces an application, it quote unquote destroys or cooks some company. And I think that's obviously overborne. And our view is that the AI first companies that are producing revenue through a product, less so on the OpEx reduction. I think that's more short-lived and more transient. I think you have to be AI first. You have to be producing revenue through that product. And it has to have domain differentiation,
what's up, Fries?
Data integration in order to be sticky and to have moats around it. Otherwise, you're very quickly going to get outcompeted.
Yeah. And the fact that small organizations are adopting a technology, that to me is always one of my early signals when people who are tinkerers, hackers, DIY people, Eric, they start tinkering. I take notice. I get curious. And then when I see startups adopt a technology, I get really curious. And then when both do it, I become obsessed. Or I should say, maybe the third factor is when I start tinkering, I get obsessed. Those three circles have now happened for me. So Eric, how do you think about OpenClaw, this open source project, and then also crypto and privacy? How is this all going to come together? And what are your circles when you're evaluating something might break out, your early signaling, your gut?
Like, these tools are obviously so powerful. They are magical in many ways. And yet people have been led into this paradigm where like everything they think and do is being absorbed into several central repositories where it will live forever. That to me is just so obviously dangerous. And I find it kind of ironic that many of these frontier labs, when they say they care so much about AI safety, are kind of missing like the most near and present danger, which is the mass surveillance of all humanity. To me, that seems like a danger. And so, I'm glad that there are alternatives.
Eric, I am shocked right now. You're telling me that these entrepreneurs running the largest and fastest growing startups in history are saying one thing, but doing another. The thing they're saying is they care about safety, but then they are doing things that are not safe and that are the basic blocking and tackling, which is there's no need to take my queries and ingest them into your learning system if I don't want that. And I certainly don't want you keeping my history and giving it to the police. You could easily have a button or a checkbox, Logan, that makes this very easy for consumers to not be involved. And there are, in fact, companies like Brave, like DuckDuckGo, NordVPN, other VPNs, open source projects like the...
You see where this is going? Exactly. And we can have regulations like this where people have a choice in terms of what they opt into, instead of just giving your entire life up to have the use of some AI program.
To our project that are designed from the bottom up to be privacy first. So
or any internet program for that matter, AI or not. So yeah, let's continue.
What's your take there on, is this a missed opportunity for those large language models to incorporate this kind of thinking that Eric?
I think so. I mean, I was just learning about Venice and coming into this discussion, and think what Eric's doing is super interesting. And obviously, Tim Cook and Apple have highlighted this in terms of, we want to maintain privacy and we want users to have control over their data. I think, largely privacy is very hard to come by these days, and I think we should all assume our data is everywhere. But I do think first principles wise, building with that in mind, Jason, is absolutely right. Particularly if you're going to touch end consumers. We're more enterprise driven. And so we're looking at companies that are helping encrypt, manage PII, obviously manage users' use of AI. Our view is that this crossing the chasm moment for the enterprise and adoption of AI actually is going to be driven predominantly by cybersecurity. And so we announced an investment recently with Ashton and Sound Ventures in Witness AI, which is focusing on how do employees use AI in terms of tools we give them, but also employees bringing AI to work. Everybody would talk about, bring your device to work type dynamics. Now people are bringing their own AI to work, and that has huge implications for what proprietary data is being added, what documents are getting added, and so forth. And until you can control that experience in the enterprise, you're going to continue to have meaningful lack of adoption.
This is the first time Plaud's been on, but I've applauded before. Dave, you see this thing on the back?
Is that a wallet?
This looks like a wallet, but inside the wallet is my Plaud. And what it is it's a little thin piece of hardware. And you'll see there's a light on it, and there's a little button that you can barely see. When I hold the button down, it starts and stops, and it does a little haptic. So I hold it, and then it starts recording. When I go out on the ski mountain, I start it recording. And I have a Plaud pin I wear, which is a different form factor. And so when I start my day, I record. Now, I'm on this podcast. It's recording my side. It can't hear your side. But I just talk to it all day long. And if I'm in a meeting, I use it, and I put it on the table, and it has like a little indicator that it's recording. So it's like moving a little strip across. Then at the end of the day, it knows when I say action item. It knows when I say tell this person to do this, or ask this person about that, or remind me about stuff. And so I do production meetings now for the podcast. I pop up with my Plaud. I do the production meeting, and I say, here's what I want to talk about in the pod. These are the 4 or 5 topics. And I'll be talking to 2 producers or 2 executives at the firm. And then I can just summarize it. It has a whole gallery of different transcripts, summaries, action items, all different ones being created, like the skills. And then I can send a link immediately to another team member, and they just have it. And because it's part of the hardware, I don't have to open my phone. It's so not intrusive.
Does it break down who's talking, Jason, at any given time, or is it just a blob? Oh, that's
And
cool.
it remembers it. So if I say Alex, Lon, Dave, for the next conversation, it has it. And this has made my life like, I'm saving hours a week with this thing.
Send me one.
Not only am I going to send you one, I'm going to send you 2 of each. Take a memo, somebody on my team. I want 2 Plaud pins, and I want 2 Plaud Pros, and I want a 1-year subscription for Brett and for Dave. All right, thanks to Plaud.
Check it out at plaud.ai/twist, plaud.ai/twist. Use the code TWIST, 10% off. 100% off for Dave, but 10% off for everyone else.
Perfect.
I think the other thing this brings up is just the rise of China in the AI race. Where are we in that race?
The numbers in China in terms of investment are not what they are or close to it in the US, but we do see a very powerful fast following strategy where China's not really trying to be at the frontier of capabilities or the most prominent of where, or the most elite of where US model providers are, but they want to stay a few months behind it. If they can be maybe 3, 6, or 9 months behind, then perhaps that's not really going to make or break their competitiveness, especially if they continue to have access to US models through distillation.
Welcome to Prof G Markets. I'm Ed Elson. It is July 28th. Let's check in on yesterday's market vitals. The major indices were mixed as chip stocks sold off. Brent crude fell below $90 per barrel as the US and Iran paused their attacks. The yield on 10-year treasuries declined. And finally, a Chinese chip maker, CXMT, soared more than 400% in its public debut, becoming China's new most valuable company. More on that later. Okay, what else is happening? Chinese open models are gaining ground, and Washington and Silicon Valley are starting to notice. In recent weeks, Chinese startups ZAI and Moonshot AI have released models that are competitive with those from US Frontier Labs. The top 5 most popular models on OpenRouter, a marketplace that tracks usage across AI models, are indeed Chinese. And when a rogue, unreleased OpenAI model hacked Hugging Face during a security test last week, Hugging Face used a Chinese open-weight model to defend itself. Now, you might have thought that American AI executives would use this opportunity to encourage a crackdown on Chinese open-weight models. Instead, the opposite happened. In his first ever post on X, Jensen Huang shared a letter titled Open Weights and American AI Leadership. And within a couple days, 50 companies signed the letter, including Microsoft, Meta, Palantir, and IBM. Together, they argue that US AI leadership depends on building not just frontier systems, but a strong open ecosystem around it. And they warn Washington against, quote, premature restrictions that stifle competition and drive innovation overseas, which raises an interesting question. And that is, why would US AI leaders seek to protect the very thing that supposedly might destroy them? Joining us to discuss this, we're speaking with Scott Singer, Technology and International Affairs Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Scott, thank you for joining us. I'd love to just start with the context here. This open versus closed weight debate that has taken over the world of AI has a lot to do with US versus China, which is strange and interesting, but I would appreciate if you could just clarify why that is and how we got to this moment.
I think it's really a lot of happenstance more than it was any initial intentional strategy or ideology. If we look at the history of AI model development, a lot of the initial general purpose frontier AI models that were coming out of places like OpenAI and then Anthropic were proprietary. The weights were not accessible to any sort of outside users. And so for China, there was a question of where and how they might be competitive on the global marketplace for advanced AI models. And so having models that for the weights that are openly available and can be used by companies and startups and can be fine-tuned or adjusted so that they can fit whatever purpose they have, that was sort of the area where, China couldn't necessarily compete on having the most advanced capabilities, but they could have leaner, cheaper models that would be useful across the startup ecosystem and for companies.
One of the things that has caused a lot of controversy is this idea of distillation. And this is what Anthropic and OpenAI have accused many Chinese AI companies of doing, distilling their models, which has a relationship between being an open weight model as well. What is distillation and why does it matter in this conversation?
Distillation is basically taking a much stronger model or a bigger model and using it to build a sort of smaller, cheaper model. And so that is the sort of crux of what's happening here. And you can, in an open model, you can take, in these cases, it's Chinese companies, but there's been allegations that American companies are doing this as well, taking what is American innovation, American products, and using that to power these Chinese products. And distillation is a super common practice in AI, and on its own is not sort of something to, be too focused on or see as especially malicious. But the question is really tied to intellectual property, trade secrets, as well as fraud. So the way and scale that some of the Chinese companies have been accused of sort of leveraging American IP in this case is through, for example, building up a bunch of fraudulent accounts, getting the outputs from the American AI models, and then using that output to train their own models. And so there's this sort of thorny legal battle that gets at the heart of a sort of broader geopolitical question, which is basically, what are the rules of the game in terms of this very technical process? And it is more representative of this sort of open versus closed battle. Even distillation itself is sort of a widely accepted common practice across AI.
Right. I mean, just from the perspective of a Chinese company,
all right,
Anthropic releases its
Jen,
model.
I see you, Jen. I appreciate you. Yeah, I see Chris. What's up? Fries. What's up, man? Yo, listen, this part right here, this just reminds me of the race. How you can the U.S., a lot of what I hear people say, this is what I hear people tell me about the AI race in the U.S. or about the deregulation stance that the United States of America takes on rolling out AI, data centers, everything incorporated, right? Everything a part of it, right? Every branch. It's this thing about who gets to benefit from your research and then alter it and therefore have your product that's enhanced even better. You know, so it goes to show me you can throw all the money you want at something. You can go bankrupt, but it doesn't mean you will be the leader in the end. And the whole thing is about who's going to fucking be the leader in the end, not the beginning.
Yeah.
What the?
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
No, that is exactly it, right? And so when we circle this AI issue, close. What I want you to do before we continue, is to look up open versus closed models in AI, and we can better understand this topic right here that they're segueing into and how China is.
I get it, cause
I know you do.
But look, I haven't indulged in this conversation before, but I tell you what, I can listen and comprehend, bro. I was listening when I wasn't okay. That's why I chimed in right here.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's a perfect segue because it's exactly that, right? So the reason what led, and this is what leads to innovation. This is what leads to market competition, and it's the same reason why these AI companies chose a closed model, right? A closed model because they still want some sort of proprietary holding on AI as a technology as a whole, right? They don't want the competition, but the competition is what breeds better models. It's what breeds better AI. It's what leads to the innovation of AI. And the reason why China has taken this approach is because they lack the processing power. They lack the chips.
Right. This reminds me of Pythagorean math, bro.
Pythagorean. Yeah, no, seriously, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, so here, go ahead. You should I go through this or what? You wanted to say one more thing. Go ahead.
Say one more thing.
Yeah.
You know, and that's essentially why China has this open model, and it's because now it's able to learn on a faster level and be improved through a public model that everyone can contribute by using this their AI technology to be able to supplement what they lack in terms of processing power, right? So the data is coming firsthand from the people using it, the improvements coming from firsthand from the people that are using it, and versus the closed, which essentially it's learning through search engines, right? Through people utilizing that on apps, right? Closed platforms that they can't necessarily contribute, right? So if you have a frustration or you have a call out or you see that AI in the search engine has given you something that isn't necessarily fully true or as explanatory as you would have liked it to be, there's a lag between that information getting back to the AI company saying, okay, you know what, this is where we can improve. Where in the Chinese model, it's improved on immediately by the user. But go ahead, Reed.
By anybody, yeah, exactly. By the population. No, not even by the population. Anybody logging onto this system is allowed to improve it. It's open.
Yes.
You know, and at one point we actually invented this open shit ourselves back in the Mambo days with what was it, the website everyone could come on and add into the new PHP and shit to enhance a new you know what I'm saying?
When you think about that, you want to think about something like a MySpace, right? Where you could customize your pages, right? You could edit how that looks and how it functioned and what the cursor looked like and what the buttons look like, right? What the options, the link options, all of these things. Think of open AI like your customizable MySpace page versus your fixed Facebook page now that you can only use for whatever's there.
And Elon Musk and them are like, man, we're gonna throw everything at this. The greedy ones is like, I can run this, I can control it. We can be the slave masters of the world and then all of a sudden somebody else comes in and said, no, you can't, because we got an open AI model. We got one everybody can contribute to, even the poor people. Even anybody that want to stick it to the man can contribute to this one.
And it's how China's kept up with
This
the
is
lack
crazy.
of processing power, but they kept up through innovation, right? Through public operating. But go ahead, V.
They have people across the world who the U.S. is passing tariffs against, who the U.S. just closed down their soft power, closed down their aid programs to, all of that are sitting back contributing to this shit. Anyway, bro, let's continue. Hey, capped cold blooded. I see you. I appreciate that. Yo, man, let's continue. Let's continue. We got time.
If you could cover what that looks like, did you look up open versus closed model?
Yeah, for sure. Here it is.
For the viewers.
Yeah. So here we go. The core difference between open AI, open source, open weights AI, and closed AI, proprietary AI, comes down to transparency, control, and access. So here we go. Okay, so transparency is source code. Let me look on this side. Transparency and source code. Open AI, the underlying architecture, train code, and model weights, the brain parameters are made publicly available. Anyone can download, inspect, and see how the model processes information. Closed AI, the inner workings, data set, composition, and model weights are kept secret and as intellectual property. You can only interact with it as a finished product, right? So control and customization. OpenAI, you can download the model and run it on your own hardware, your own or private cloud. I mean, this makes testing so much better. You have full freedom to fine tune it with your own data, modifies behavior, and bypass internal content filters or usage restrictions. Yeah. Close
it also leads to less data centers, right? Because you're using your own process. But go ahead.
Right. Yeah, that too. Exactly. Closed AI customization is limited to what the provider allows, such as system prompts or light fine tuning options. You are subject to the vendor's usage policies, safeguard rails, and platform rules. Even, I would go beyond it, but I'm not going to say anything right now. Data privacy and security. This is what I was getting into. OpenAI, because you host the model locally on your private servers, your data never leaves your infrastructure. This is exactly what I was about to fucking talk about. This makes open models popular for sensitive fields like healthcare, finance, and defense. Think of that. OpenAI is better for what? Healthcare, finance, or defense? Well, let me tell you, that is a huge buying. That is a huge selling point. I mean, closed,
very huge selling.
Yeah, that might be the primary selling, but that might be yes, absolutely.
When you think about your healthcare information not being leaked, right?
Yeah,
HIPAA laws here in the U.S., right? When you think about financials,
exactly.
Right? Your financials being transparent versus being non-transparent.
Why wouldn't
right?
the
Do you want
EU
someone being able to access just by hacking into a data center all your information? That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and why wouldn't the EU be for this rather than that? Closed.
I think eventually it'll be a mix of both. I think, especially with like.
Come on, man.
The middle players like who are going to maybe adopt a middle ground where it's a bit of both.
You know what's going to happen? They're going to, they're going to look. OpenAI, I already see it. It's just a thought. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but it's a bet. I'll put this bet out there. Everybody, you can be a part of this bet. Let me know if you bet against me, right? OpenAI is going to break this other system. It's already done, because. Here's the thing. The bottom line is just right here. Because you can host the model locally on your own private servers, your data never leaves your infrastructure. Okay? This makes open models popular for sensitive fields like healthcare, finance, or defense. That's just the beginning. This makes it better for everybody. I mean, let's just be honest. Except the person who knows nothing about programming, except the person that just wants something to hop on quick with on a product that you buy. Like most people have an Apple phone. They don't realize that, wait a second, you that might not be the best depending on what you want to use it for, right? You might want a different Android depending on what you're doing. You know, it depends on your level of understanding, right? With tech, right? But this thing, Closed AI, you must send your data via API or a web interface to a vendor's cloud server. Sorry, people getting tired of that. This is exactly where the problem is, goddammit. Right there. Next thing you know, I'm going to have fucking commercials popping up. I just bought a washing machine and I got to see 10 more washing machines now. 20 more washing machine deals when I just bought one. It's like, goddamn. Let alone the fucking police. You know what I'm saying? Let alone anybody spying. Yeah, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy, man. Obviously, one.
What did it say? It says it goes directly to where? Where does the information go to?
You send your data via an API or web interface server directly to a vendor's cloud server. Exactly. Well,
look, cloud servers and data centers are almost synonymous, right?
Exactly.
And so that's where the need for these data centers tend to be more heavy here in the U.S. because of it, right? Because that's where they're storing the data. That's where these AI, that information is now going back into these AI bots and models to be able to continue to be more efficient. But go ahead.
I just had a goddamn epiphany, and I'm sure some of you had this long ago. I'm gonna switch to OpenAI right fucking now. Yo, I've been using motherfucking Gemini. I'm about to switch to fucking OpenAI. What the hell? I will be reviewing this shit as soon as this stream is over. All right, now let's see here. Cost and business model. It just goes downhill from here, bro. Cost and business model. OpenAI, the model software itself is free to download. However, hosting, running, and fine-tuning these models requires your own computing hardware or cloud infrastructure, GPUs, which can be expensive. I already got that handled. What the fuck? Closed AI pays as you go. Look at this bullshit. Subscription pricing. You pay per request token or monthly. I'm sorry, but you know what this really says? I need to get this audio thing. I used to press the button and it would say this specific word when I pressed it. Dumb. This makes Americans dumb. Dumb with the capital D. Yes. I heard you clocking JC because he got a Mercedes, you know, about his babies and all his ladies. You just want to ride and get inside and run around town like Bonnie and Clyde. That's what this shit is up to right here, man. This is some old Run DMC shit. Listen, goddamn. Well, throw your money into Closed AI if you want. I won't be doing that shit at all. I'm out. See ya in the stream. Nothing more to be said about this shit. All right, so let me see. Let's go. You want to say something else, Michael?
I think we can move on now that they have like a fundamental understanding of what open versus
I've
closed.
just been sold. I've been sold on this shit. Fuck Gemini.
No, and I think that's something that, you know, it's, you know, like this stream is really, you know, more for the viewers in terms of, you know, personal life and lifestyle and just understanding how AI runs. I think even before this segment and even before my own interest in like learning and understanding AI was how does it function in the real world, right? A lot of times we just Google stuff, right? We just input it into a search engine,
right?
Especially now how we use it. We don't necessarily have a great fundamental understanding of what AI, and that's no one's fault. A lot of people don't, right? Like it's just obviously one of my personal characteristics that if something exists, especially when it's prominent, to learn about it, because chances are it's going to affect your life, right? So I have taken the time, whether this is, you know, it's not necessarily one of the things that I hold a passion for in particular when it comes to AI,
right?
But my learning side has allowed me to take the time to comprehend what AI is, right? Whether I keep up with it in the future or whatever the case is, I think having a basic understanding of it now allows for me to easily keep up with it versus waiting till it's so far developed that now it's irrelevant if I have a basic understanding, right? I think
It's true.
once you know something, you can navigate it a whole lot better in terms of your choices and how you use it, when you use it, who's a new player, what's going on in the market, what's going on in government, right? Because eventually this is going to get tied right back to government, right? So for me personally, when it comes to politics, economic science, and economics in general, and policies, that's all me all day, regardless, right? Like that's something that I'm gonna learn regardless. I'm gonna keep up with. When it comes to something like AI, me
But
knowing
this is
the
science.
impact of it, exactly, it's more computer science than anything, right? And so when eventually this is gonna tie right back into government,
Our understanding
right?
of the laws, our understanding of our vote, our understanding of government regulations. Who you gonna vote
and also
for?
how AI will impact that from a legislation standpoint. Do we think that they're not using AI to track this data? Do we think the
They
ties
are.
to Musk and Anthropic and Open AI, right? Do we think that their ties to these AI companies are by coincidence? They're not, right? They're
not.
by design. That's how
Goddamn it, YouTube is AI now. YouTube is AI, man. It scans every word, everything, and then gives you a result. Oh, this one is like this, and because you were talking about this, this is how people liked it. It's like, what the fuck?
Every major digital platform sells their data, and those datas are then from these data collection companies are sold right back to these AI companies to help better develop these AI interfaces, right? And so that's where it all ties right back into your everyday life, right? Everything you like on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube, anything you watch, whatever that AI is an algorithm. When we speak about an algorithm, it's AI produced, right? Based on tailored to you, right? Or what political affiliation you have, what political content you watch, how long you watch it, right? How do you engage in it? Every comment you make, all of these things are being fed right back to all of this data is being sold right back to these major AI companies. And when we think about someone like an Anthropic, when we think about someone like an OpenAI, these companies are working firsthand with governments. And the reason why is because they can tell when a political trend is approaching, and give an answer onto how to sway or dictate what that looks like, right? AI can give comprehensive legislation on how to back it or disapprove it and sway those votes, right? AI can give you a comprehensive plan on or just information on what voters are leaning which way in what states and what counties, right? And what zip code, right? Like this is why it's so important, right? And that's why I personally made it one of my personal endeavors to properly educate myself on it, because it always will all tie right back into the same things we cover on a daily basis when it comes to politics, when it comes to candidates, right? If we think that there isn't an AI model that has already done the math for the midterms and continues to do the math for the midterms every day based off of emotions and things and data that's being fed right back to these AI models, you have to be delusional.
It is.
Right? It is. It's not even a maybe. It is. Right? And if you think Donald Trump doesn't have a daily paper that comes out with the trends based off AI models and the data that it's getting fed and how these midterm elections will run and how things are being swayed, you have to be delusional. Right. And these are things that we have to be aware of. And so to circle all that, we could continue, but this is how it ties right back into, our daily coverage of current events, politics, policy, legislation, because this main topic will go forward, will influence the global political scale and how it looks. But yeah, go ahead, V.
Yeah, facts. And people need to look. I mean, just think about this. This is what hits before I just let this run some more. This hits my mind. We talk about these data centers and how much of a race we were in the U.S. Got to get them up. Got to burn diesel to power these goddamn engines to feed that AI data center, right? Which is the most insane fucking idea ever. Like just totally a smack in the face to human beings, wildlife, animal life. Like, seriously. I mean, how are you going to put a jet 10, 20, 30, 100 fucking jet engines in somebody's backyard and say, well, light it up? That's exactly what they did. And just think about being in that race. And now in politics, people are voting to not have data centers in their servers in their states, in their town. That is on the political menu. And when we hear people talking about DSA, Democratic Socialists, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about data. These people don't want data centers polluting the fucking earth, polluting your town. Like, sometimes I think they might be the only people caring about your actual life, because already before these data centers, Americans lived the shortest lives of everybody in the fucking NATO probably because of health concerns, largely. Deregulation, food supply deregulation, air pollutants, water pollutants. You know what I'm saying? Like, so now, you just gotta ask yourself, who is fighting for you? Who's fighting for you? But let's continue. I know people have been trained to do one thing. Me, myself, I've been a registered Democrat my entire life. But you think I'm voting Democrat this time? I'm voting Democrat. Yeah, Democratic Socialist. Yeah. I'm a registered voter in D.C. That's what I'm voting for. Democratic. And luckily, the Democratic Socialists won the primary there. Won the primary there too, and it's basically a shoo-in to become the next mayor in D.C. Although D.C. is not a state, really. We will see how that goes, but this is going across the country, So understand the power of your vote, because it could really come down to: are you going to breathe motherfucking carbon monoxide into your nose today? For the whole day you leave the house, or not? You see what I mean? It could literally come down to that. All right, so let's continue here. We're almost done, by the way. Appreciate everybody for coming out. If you haven't clicked the like button, do me a favor, click the like button. This stream, I think this has got to be it may not have been the most entertaining, because a lot of times I get more animated and people like to hear people get cursed out and stuff like that often. But we always have good information here, by the way, on the research level. It's not for kids, you know what I mean? But we got to make it a little fun. But although this one may not have been the most fun, I think it is really concise and comprehensive. If you want someone to learn who doesn't know anything about AI, or doesn't know about data centers, or doesn't know about, cloud systems, surveillance, any of that stuff, if you want to get them up to par, you might want to share the video with you, or suggest the video to them. So do me a favor. One of the easiest ways to suggest to anybody, even people you don't know, just people who watch similar programming as you, is click the like button. But otherwise, do me a favor, share it on your social media if you use social media, and that would be greatly appreciated. Now, thanks, Michael, for hopping up. Michael from Brooklyn also, and talking us through this this episode, right? Which has been totally dedicated to AI, 100%. We started from the, some of the early workings and the beginnings, and how the machinery and autonomous shit connects with AI, the beginning of AI, and then on to where we see today. So, all right, I appreciate everybody. So let's continue now. Let's continue.
Like thousands of prompts to fine tune that model and then eventually replicate that same model. And that is what many of these companies have accused companies like Kimi and the Kimi K3 model, which went viral and made a lot of headlines last week. That's what a lot of these Chinese companies are being accused of. Now, in the rules of, Claude and Anthropic's privacy policy, you're not allowed to do that. I guess the question for Chinese companies is, do they care about that? The answer is probably no. So then it seemed like we were going to get some regulation, because the administration seemed to have a view on this, and they were accusing these Chinese companies of distillation and saying that was a problem, which is why I was quite surprised to see this open letter from Jensen Huang, co-signed by a lot of other American companies, saying, no, don't restrict this, let this happen, distilling is okay, open source is okay, open weight is okay. Why do you think they are down with this?
I think that there's maybe two things to point out. The first is that the American tech companies are not a monolith, and NVIDIA itself benefits tremendously from exporting many chips to China. It can power Chinese AI development. And much of the American tech stack remains, even in the era of sort of great firewall tech decoupling. So much of US tech is still integrated deeply with Chinese tech. And so I think in that sense, it is beneficial to companies like NVIDIA to make sure that open way to access remains open.
Right.
Startups in Silicon Valley, the A16Zs of the world, are running on a combination of American and Chinese models. And so American startups actually want to use a lot of these Chinese models because they're so malleable and adjustable. And so I would say that those are sort of the main factors that are really driving this sort of bifurcation between, on the one hand, you want, the Anthropics of the world that really have not much to gain and are getting their profits trimmed off by the fact they have to face competition from the smaller Chinese companies, but then you have so much of the US that still benefits.
Yeah, it seems as though this might be kind of an attack in so many ways on OpenAI and Anthropic, because, those are the two companies that really lose if the Chinese cheaper open weight models continue to gain market share, because it puts pricing pressure on them. Might that have a so many ways on OpenAI and Anthropic? Because
OpenAI and Anthropic. All right, let me just make sure I got all of that.
Remember I mentioned Anthropic just before? There's a reason why.
Oh, say that.
Right?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep, say that again, Michael.
No, the reason why I had mentioned OpenAI and Anthropic before is because those are the two major players when it comes to AI, but also they are the closed models that essentially have been getting government contracts, right? Anthropic has stepped away from them a bit, due to privacy concerns and not regulating. But they do have the most to lose because they're the most established, right? They're the most established players in the AI game. And now,
give me some practical, talk about the practical side. What does that mean exactly? Like, what do they do? You say they're the ones that are handling most of the AI. Basically, that's where their stock is at. It's not data centers, right? It's not data centers. It's not something else, but it's the AI. It's the programming itself, right?
Yes. Okay. So obviously they have their own data centers, but because it's how they collect their data. But what they specialize in, they're more established than the other AI players because their main contractors are governments, right? Foreign governments, and mainly the U.S. government. So when we look at strategic strikes, when we look at intel gathering, when we look at all of these data points, that's where their AI models exceed in terms of usage. And that's where they're more established by having these contracts with governments. And so obviously, if they're not optimal, they'll be forced to either capitulate, right, or change their model from a closed source to an open source, or a bit of like a mix, right? So that's where they're at threat of being dethroned versus the Chinese open source model, right? And again, the reason why China has developed this open source model is because of the lack of computing power. China doesn't have major contracts with our chip makers, and
so this is how they supplement that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is exactly how they supplement.
And it's the only way they can, and it's ingenious. Why not? I mean, yeah.
No, it definitely is. It definitely is. And so during Trump's last meeting with
maybe not
Xi
ingenious,
Jinping,
it's rational.
Yes,
it's rational, which is smart.
Rational,
is smart. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that's where they found a way to get around the sanctions when it comes to just obviously not having access to these chips. But Trump's last visit to China, when he met Xi Jinping, a talking point was allowing them a certain amount of chips, right? Trump was using these NVIDIA and AMD chips as bargaining points when it came to China. What the finer details of that, we don't necessarily know, but he did mention in one of his public speakings that he was leveraging a certain amount of chips to be able to lend or give to China.
It's called begging. It ain't gonna work. I'll just here's some chips. Here you go. Please stop
Exactly.
doing what you're doing. It's like
Please stop funding Iran and giving them right. Please stop doing trade with or
can I
limit
bribe
trade
you,
with-
She? Here, man. Here you go. Some chips.
Oh, that's exactly what he was. That's exactly what he was
He
doing.
thought
last
the
time.
chips were fucking chips you use at a casino. This dumb motherfucker. Anyway, all right, go ahead, man. Chips? Yeah, I could give him chips. That work? Yeah, man. I know all about casinos. So
No, but that's essentially what Trump has been trying to use as a bargaining chip.
He can't even say chip anymore without laughing and shit. It's a bargaining chip. Exactly. Thank you. Say it again. As a bargaining chip.
As a bargaining chip to get what he wants from China, right? China hasn't capitulated, so they don't have access to those chips because they see in the long run, yeah, it may take them a little bit longer, but their open source model is succeeding, right? And it's in fact on the heels of major AI companies like Anthropic and OpenAI. But you can continue. Vic.
Yeah, it's succeeding. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. Thanks for that, Mike. All right,
profits trimmed off by the fact they have to face competition from the smaller Chinese companies, but then you have so much of the U.S. that still benefits.
Yeah, it seems as though this might be kind of an attack in so many ways on OpenAI and Anthropic, because I mean those are the two companies that really lose if the Chinese cheaper open weight models continue to gain market share, because it puts pricing pressure on them. Might that have a role to play in why someone like Mark Zuckerberg at Meta would be very excited about rolling back any restrictions on Chinese companies, because essentially it means that you kind of slow the roll of Sam Altman and Dario Amodei? Is that are those the teams that are emerging in AI right now?
I think it's undoubtedly the case that for a company like Anthropic, which is exclusively building these proprietary closed source models, that having really strong competitive open source models is not really where you want to be in terms of, you already have razor thin expectations in terms of the data center build out. You're investing a ton in compute. And if you have your profit potentially undercut, you definitely don't want that. I think that there is just sort of a question for the entire ecosystem of how far is too far when it comes to restrictions. And I think that in general, there's going to need to be a complementary approach that includes a combination of closed and open models. We see from, instances like the OpenAI Hugging Face incident last week that there are going to be some serious risks, including the possibility that there are serious cyber incidents that lead to loss of developer control of varying degrees. And we also have concerns around misuse. And a combination of open and closed source models are probably going to be necessary to mediate the full range of concerns that we would have coming from those models.
I think the other thing this brings up is just the rise of China in the AI race. And I know this is something that you spend a lot of time focusing on. I mean, where are we in that race? Where are we in terms of Chinese investment in AI, Chinese development AI, and then also Chinese adoption of AI just among the general populace?
The numbers in China in terms of investment are not what they are or close to it in the US, but we do see a very powerful fast-following strategy where China's not really trying to be at the frontier of capabilities or the most prominent of where, or the most elite of where US model providers.
Sounds to me like they plan on coming in right at the point where the US is not able to just keep throwing loads and loads and loads of money. That would be the smart thing, because if you try to counteract this kind of approach that the US takes with money, just throwing money at it, it will be a waste. It's like throwing two things, equal things up against each other, which kind of actually doesn't seem like it's going to work. There is a cap on how many people use the U.S. products anyway. You know, just simple and plain, especially due to trade and tariffs. You know, that limits it. They're about to go into some tariffs on this particular thing right here, AI. Also software development, even YouTube, the product I'm using right now, that you're using to view me. There's about to be it could be some tariffs on that. Like, seriously, I'm not joking. This is what the conversation has been about. So it seems to me that a wise thing to do, you remember how during World War II, people said that the U.S. wasn't really interested in fighting the Nazis. They waited long and all of this. Well, that's one theory. But the other theory is, why not enter into a race once you've built up your reserves and are ready to move in once the other side has used up massive amounts of reserves? Why not time your entrance? You see what I mean? And I think that might be something people might want to consider. I know he's saying that they're not doing it. They're not interested now, but
where
let's see.
China's not really trying to be at the frontier of capabilities or the most prominent of where, or the most elite of where U.S. model providers are. But they want to stay a few months behind it. If they can be maybe 3, 6, or 9 months behind, then perhaps that's not really going to make or break their competitiveness, especially if they continue to have access to U.S. models through distillation. And so what does this mean for China? It means that they have to operate and get the best they can within an environment where they don't have that many financial resources compared to the U.S. companies, where they have far less access to hardware to train on. You know, they're making the best of a strategy that has been sort of forced on them. I would bet on the U.S. position overall. You know, the U.S. is the model provider of choice across, you know, OpenAI, Google, Meta, Anthropic, xAI. Like, if you look at the global diffusion of these models, there's just not that many countries and companies that are really uptaking, outside of the startups, that are really excited about the Chinese ecosystem. America is still really dominating here. But I think the question is just how far can China compete outside of its own borders? And one really interesting indicator of this is, like, for example, at the launch earlier this month of the World AI Cooperation Organization in China. And if you look at the list of countries that signed on to the list for whatever this international cooperation organization is going to be, it's not exactly a really big, powerful group. You see absent on this list, you know, really none of the countries in the Middle East that have been pretty excited about Chinese AI investment. And so it is to say that amidst this moment where Kimi K3 and Moonshot are getting deserved attention for the legitimate, really strong capabilities that their models have, there is just like an overarching gap between how strong the US is, I would argue, and how strong the Chinese ecosystem is.
This seems to be one of the biggest concerns in the AI world right now is China going to beat us? Do you think that investors are too concerned about China, more concerned than they should be?
I think it depends on what exactly you're concerned about. I think if you're concerned about, you know, potential losing profits because open source is a few months behind, I think that that's a legitimate concern. I would still bet, if you are betting on whether or not the US is going to have extremely capable general purpose capabilities first, and that is what is going to power economic and strategic advantage in the long run, then I would wholeheartedly bet on the US ecosystem. But I think it's really at the profit margin level. It's, you know, what models are startups building on? And I think that there is a question in terms of the battle for the rest of the world. If you're sort of in the world post-World AI Cooperation Organization, where most of the world just thinks that US models are better and more capable, then that seems like a fine world for the US. But it's an open question if, you know, China begins to more seriously aggregate up its compute to make a stronger play at general purpose capabilities in a more aggressive way than it is currently. So I think let's pay attention to market consolidation on the Chinese side. Let's pay attention to just how far behind they are on capabilities and how successful they are on diffusion. This has been a massive priority for the Chinese. Last year, they launched the AI Plus strategy, which is basically focused on embedding AI into practical, useful applications. And so far, it's really not clear exactly how successful this strategy is going to be. It seems like it's really sector specific around how easy it is to embed AI into your ecosystem. In the US, of course, does this in some ways just through market pressure. We see our own economy fundamentally transformed by AI capabilities. And so even if it's less government driven, I think that both societies are being dramatically transformed by the rapid adoption of AI.
All right. Scott Singer, Technology and International Affairs Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Scott, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ed.
We'll be right back. And if you're enjoying...
Yeah, that is actually very, very interesting. Now, let me skip. There's one other part to this. Let's see here. The circular deals. I think we already covered the circular deals. Let's go back. Let's move forward. We covered the circular deals. Let's move on to, this is also part of it, but it's the hidden debt. Early in the program, if you didn't see the part where we were talking about how the U.S. companies are, investing in each other, where it creates a loop, it's keeping the value of their stock up. It goes down a little, but then all of a sudden another major whale that's connected to them by the tail invest through the front door, you know what I mean? And then that props the other, it's like a musical chairs, you could say, by design, right? But now let's just go back into the debt issue and then we close it out. Let's see here.
Let's say it's $1 trillion or so of off-balance sheet debt. That means that there's $1 trillion in loans that we just don't, we actually cannot really quantify outside of media reporting. This is a corporate scandal. This is a huge scandal. This should be front page news everywhere. This should be a shareholder riot. But because we live, as you put it well on my show, in this cult of worshipping the wealthy, we just kind of put it to the side. This is a significant risk to these companies, though. Like Google, we're talking just as Google's earnings came out, they narrowly missed on search revenue. Their other businesses are slowing down. It's happening across the board. So their businesses are going to slow down just as these massive debts creep up.
500 and the NASDAQ.
Professor G is in the house for real.
Declined. The Dow was flat. Brent crude climbed above $95 per barrel for the first time in nearly 6 weeks as both the US and Iran escalated their attacks. The yield on 10-year treasuries increased. And finally, Google and Tesla shares fell after both companies reported earnings. We will get into those reports later. Okay, what else is happening? The big AI spenders are increasingly turning to debt, and a lot of it turns out to be hidden. A Nikkei Asia investigation found that 5 tech giants, Alphabet, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, and Oracle, are carrying roughly $1.65 trillion in debt that doesn't show up on their balance sheets. That's more than the $1.35 trillion they actually report, meaning the debt we can't see is now bigger than the debt we can. Meta's off-balance sheet debt is roughly 3 times its reported debt, and Oracle's has ballooned about 30-fold in 4 years. It's all legal, but it raises one big question. What happens if it doesn't show up on their balance sheets? That's more than the $1.35 trillion they actually report, meaning the debt we can't see is now bigger than the debt we can. Meta's off-balance sheet debt is roughly 3 times its reported debt, and Oracle's has ballooned about 30-fold in 4 years. It's all legal, but it raises one big question. What happens if AI demand isn't as strong as investors are betting? Podcast, Ed, thank you for joining us. I just want to give you some context. Yesterday, I was talking about Oracle on this show, and I was talking about how they're increasingly relying on debt to finance their data centers and how it's becoming kind of borderline unmanageable, and that's why their credit rating is getting downgraded and their borrowing costs are exploding. They're kind of being sent.
Yo, beyond the ether, exactly. I mean, I'm more inclined to believe that they already have this strategy, that they're waiting for the right opportunity. Maybe they won't, but I think people, if you look at how we value human life in the United States, and we look at just the fact that we've, for some reason have hinted at removing people's civil rights, removing people's constitutional rights, not even hinted at it, just flat out done it, pushed the limits of it. The fact that they can pull you, detain you, that masked men can detain any American citizen. They have the right to do this now. Detain any American citizen, throw you in a van, drive your ass off to a detention camp until they can just figure out who you are later, regardless of what you say to them. That should be very concerning. That should be very concerning. Now, am I sounding like Alex Jones? You think so? Oh, you talking about Beyond Ether, talking about the lizards are going to get us to wipe each other out, same as they did for every other war, at least back to, yeah. Why? I mean, I would be concerned, but I would already be concerned inside of the U.S. too. Like, what are they trying to make American citizens do to each other? I mean, I don't think these people in power right now plan on leaving without a fight. And some people are willing to be slaves just for a check and say to hell with the Constitution. I'm on this side. And they see that as what it is to make an investment in their kids' future or their future, betraying the country. Some people see it that way, and I wish, obviously it's not one-sided. It's not one group of Americans that feel a particular way. It's many that feel this way. That's why gun rights are so prolific. That's why people talk about their gun rights. But look at what they have today, man. I mean, we started off this episode talking about the machinery using AI, the robots using AI, the police using AI, robots, right? The U.S. military using AI, robots. I mean, what human being is not going to capitulate in the U.S.? They already started off Trump's term with releasing the U.S. military inside of the country domestically to be involved in domestic disputes. So they achieved that. Anybody get in trouble? And think about all the people that clapped their hands when they were like, yeah, Trump should be able to release the Marines on Americans. Yeah. Well, you got your wish, because guess what else the Marines got at their disposal? Can you stop the Marines when they come with a robot to your house? What if all of a sudden the government doesn't like you? Before it was they didn't like liberals. What about if the government doesn't like others? Now, all of a sudden, just because the laws have been laxed, just because the Supreme Court has said, oh, well. I mean, just think about it. I'm just saying. Just think about it. So, but that's a good observation.
And into this downward spiral. Up until this point, though, it has been my understanding that the debt in the AI ecosystem has been relatively contained to a handful of companies like Oracle, but that it hadn't infected the bigger names, which is why I was so alarmed to see this reporting from Nikkei, which says there's $1.7 trillion of hidden
the gift and the curse. Yeah. All in one package.
Debt that we haven't been seeing, that we haven't been looking at. You've just written a huge piece on this. You investigated these numbers. You did a sweeping analysis of all of this. What do we know about debt in AI, and how is it that so much of it appears to be hidden?
So there are several factors here with the hyper.
I'm really interested in what the EU thinks about this hidden debt concept. What people that have their pensions funds invested in these companies, what do they think about this hidden debt? I'm sure they're factoring in this hidden debt. That's actually another good conversation to have on another episode. But this raises so many questions, and I don't think the answers are going to go away. I don't think the questions are going to go away. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot more questions coming, and we're going to see how it plays out.
Scalers, the reason they're able to do that is because they've found this interesting accounting treatment that Ernst & Young claim is a red flag in Meta's case, where when you build a data center, it's not like you as the company say, I'm going to buy all the stuff, I'm going to get the debt for this, and here we go. They make a special purpose vehicle or a variable interest entity, which is basically an SPV where you don't own as much.
All right, so sorry to spoil it, but we did cover this part. So earlier in the video, I suggest people go back if they want to hear how they're masking the debt, right? Because it is a particular technique that they're using. Obviously, a lot of people know one company owns another company that owns another company, and then one of the company is just there to hold the debt or also to give loans, something like that. They each have their particular purpose, and they're able to, function that way. But I would encourage people to go back earlier in the stream and review that part. I'm going to see if I can put some markers also. And do me a favor, if you play the restream, add some markers in the comments section, and it will actually update. It will actually allow other people to just hit your timing mark that you left in the comment section and forward right to that particular part you left the timer. And so so do that if you have time. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Michael, you wanna chime in on this part? Because we covered this part anyway, the circulating debt. Let me see if he's here. Is he on mute? Or can he come in? Yo, Michael, you there? Okay, maybe he fell out for some reason. But in any case, I appreciate everybody for showing up, watching this stream. I really like this stream in particular. I usually go through the daily news, but I will be back later today. I will be back. It's 12:54 Central European Time. I will be back Eastern Standard Time around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, USA time. That's 0900 Central European Time. So those of you that are watching,
he's muted, B.
I don't. He's muted. He must be muted on his side because it's not from my side. But it's not from my side.
I think his phone might have died.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. You better get a new phone. But in any case, Eric, you want to say something about this stuff, man? Before we shut it down.
Well, it just seems to me that the leaders, that the congressmen haven't done enough. They just haven't done enough to put enough regulations on this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And hopefully the newer, younger generation of elected leaders will recognize that somebody's going to need to step in. Right. And I think that's probably what's going to happen with some of these younger candidates if they get elected, like Tallarico and Abdul Sayed.
And I think I agree with you 100%. And I think the greed, the dragon, the lizard part of man is all that played out here with the greed, with the throwing loads of money into it. It's just greed, man. It's not even sustainable. And I just really think we learned a lesson that a lot of empires fell from. A lot of empires fell from greed, bro. Like just straight up greed.
It's a perfect example of why you need regulations, and without them, yes, people will go crazy because you can't expect people to do the right thing.
Exactly. We already learned it. It's just part of development. Some people don't develop develop the intelligence, bro. I hate to put it that way, but some people don't. And this is an age-long affair. We talked about this for centuries and centuries. This has been a story just played out in humankind. Rome, what other society didn't have its greedy bastard that fell? The Scandinavian, if you go into Denmark, in the top of the financial system, right? The old building where they used to print the money. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's just before you go across the Amager Bridge, right? Those of you that live in Copenhagen, there's a tip. There's a point that has like a dragon on it. If anybody that drives past that, you'll see a peak on the top of a building. It's an old building. It's one of the oldest buildings in Copenhagen. And it has a dragon on the top of it with its tail wrapped around it, right? That's one of the financial institutions. And, that has is there too. I don't know if they put it there on purpose or what meaning they have behind it. I'm going to look it up as soon as I log off. But throughout history, people have talked about that dragon, that lizard concept, that concept of greed, and it being a warning sign to it, like, moderate your progress. That's how you last. That's how you survive. That's how you sustain your society over time. If you let certain people come in with this greedy thing, they will sink it, and I just really think it looks like it's one of these moments to us. Like, I would really encourage for Americans, I'm an American citizen, even though I live abroad. I would encourage American citizens to vote. Don't dismiss what you hear these crooks calling communists or socialists or all that. Don't dismiss it, because every NATO nation has universal health care. Do not listen to these people. They're trying to fool you, and it's all over silly, stupid greed. Silly, stupid greed that will not be sustained. You know, so you got to look at it like this. Don't let people waste 20 years of your life out of something stupid. You see what I mean? Just as something that someone's supposed to already know, lessons we're supposed to already have learned. Don't let them waste your life, man, because what they're on, this mission they're on, is a fucking waste. You know, it cannot be won. It is destined to decline that way with that approach. No regulation, no sustainability. Why don't they have sustainability? Why don't they have regulations? Because they just wanted to get in there and get their fucking money quick and get out. You know, all they cared about was trying to be on top. Like, damn, is it that bad? You have to rush to get to that point? Well, guess what? You lose it that fast too. Yo, Michael, you back? Oh, okay. I thought I heard him in the background. That must have been your background, Eric. But in any case, I appreciate everybody for coming out. I will be back at 0900 Central European time to go over the daily news. That will be all politics, obviously, and to hear the tomfoolery there. And that's 0300 Eastern Standard Time, America. So I appreciate everybody for coming out. I will be back soon. All right. Until then, peace to everybody. Release the Epstein files. Goddamn it. Let's go. Let's go. Are we playing?
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Good night, everyone.
Peace, Eric. Peace to you, bro. Let's go. See ya.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep, leaving 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like the lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather, I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double, but nature gets the shit in the way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't, cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. I traveled the globe just to gain perspective, the theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but either my life is truly based upon need, so I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner stood there to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying a price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. One thing to entertain and to educate your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The odds can't stand the way we dig away ease. The way we get love from the finest ladies. Oh my son, oh here goes another one. I'm about to take it to the place that lies under the sun. Style witty, come from Chocolate City. Today I'm on the march with I invited 1 million from the Million Man March to stomp on fake